Good morning. My name is Alaa Kamel, and I am serving as the designated federal official to the U.S. EPA Science Advisory Committee on Chemicals, SAC, for this meeting. And in my role, I will be opening the third day of the public meeting on EPA's draft risk evaluation for di-isodecyl phthalate, DIDP, and the draft hazard assessments for di-isononyl phthalate, DINP. I'd like to repeat that the SAC meetings are subject to all FACA requirements. These include open meetings, timely public notice of meetings, and document availability to the public. All documents are available to the public in the docket at regulations.gov. The link to the docket is present in the agenda. As a reminder, this meeting is being webcasted, transcribed, and recorded. A live stream of today's meeting is available on YouTube. See the link on the meeting agenda too, and on the meeting website, which also has links to meetings that we had on July the 30th and July the 31st. I'd like to thank the chair, Dr. George Cobb, for chairing the sessions and for the committee, and also thank the committee members and ad hoc reviewers for responding to the charge questions. And now I hand it over to the chair, Dr. Cobb.
Thank you, Dr. Kamel. And welcome everyone. And I'll echo my thanks to all in attendance today. We do have a few things we need to perhaps revisit from yesterday with some responses to charge questions and some clarifications from EPA. But before we do that, I'd like to go through and take the roll to make sure we know who's here for the record. So Dr. Apti?
I'm here.
Dr. Baker?
Here.
Dr. Chasen?
Present.
Dr. Ike?
Here, good morning.
You're early out there. Dr. Gentry?
Here.
Dr. Graham?
I'm here.
Dr. Heiger-Bernays?
Here.
Ms. Jenkins?
I'm here.
Dr. Lee? Dr. Merced Nieves?
Good morning, present.
Dr. Ottinger?
Here.
Dr. Prisbilla?
Present.
Dr. Rice?
Here.
Dr. David?
Present.
Dr. Fanning? Dr. Fenner Crisp?
Here.
Dr. Hadashil?
Present.
Dr. Martinez? Dr. Schumann Goodyear?
Dr. Martinez was there, but she was on mute.
Yes, you're correct. Dr. Schumann Goodyear?
Present.
Thank you. Dr. Spade?
Present.
And I believe Dr. Wolf is on travel today. So let's go back to a couple that we missed. Dr. Lee and Dr. Fanning. All right, we do have a quorum, so we can proceed. The first thing I'd like to do today is there was a public comment that the EPA received related to the manufacturer's request and placing that in the context of TSCA review process, or the language, and it was language I used about that. So I think EPA has maybe someone to clarify or respond to that public comment that they received. And I believe that was Dr. Morris.
Good morning, everyone. This is Jeff Morris at EPA. It's a pleasure to meet with you this morning. I can clarify the comment regarding the distinction between the risk evaluations that the EPA itself prioritizes and those that we evaluate per manufacturer's request for evaluation. So these evaluations are done under Section 6 of TSCA, and Section 6 provides two opportunities for or possibilities, pathways for the EPA to evaluate existing chemical substances. One is through our own prioritization process, where we identify a chemical substance that we would like to propose as a high priority for risk evaluation. And ultimately, if after a 9 to 12 month process, we designate that chemical as a high priority for risk evaluation, and it moves into our 3 to 3.5 year process for conducting that evaluation, which includes public comment and peer review. Section 6 also provides an opportunity for chemical manufacturers to request that the EPA conduct an evaluation. We will review that request, and if we believe there are adequate data to evaluate the chemical substance, we will grant that request, open up a docket, and provide for public comment to review the proposed evaluation and the conditions of use under which the EPA would evaluate it. So we could take comments on whether, for example, members of the public believe that additional conditions of use should be included in that risk evaluation. And then at the end of that public comment period, we will evaluate public comments and then make a decision as to whether or not to formally grant that request and initiate the risk evaluation. So, and that process has taken various amounts of time. I wouldn't characterize it at all as necessarily expedited. It's just two paths under TSCA for getting a chemical into the risk evaluation process. But once the chemicals are in the process, be it through our own initiated Section 6 process or through the manufacturer requests, the evaluations are conducted under the same scientific standards under Section 26 of TSCA and undergo the same public comment for draft evaluations and peer review. So I hope that clarifies the distinction between the process for initiating evaluations under Section 6 of TSCA and recognizing that, once again, once they're in the process, we conduct the evaluations under the same scientific standards. So I hope that clarified, but I'm happy to follow up or provide additional explanation if anyone wishes.
It certainly does, and I do appreciate that. This is George Cobb speaking. And I will say that I used the term expedited. I was intending that to imply that there was a request that this be put in the docket separate from EPA's initial screening process. So that was the intent, and not that the process, once it started, was in any way expedited. So we can have questions about that if the committee prefers, or we can hear from Dr. Luz, who has some responses to our questions. But let's see if there's questions from the committee. Dr. Heiger-Bernays.
Yeah, yes. Thank you, Dr. Cobb. I do have a question from EPA with regard to, it's great to have the explanation of how Section 6 works. The question I think that was asked by the committee as well was access to data. Access to data that the organizations that request the risk evaluation may have, and whether EPA is able to make the same data requests under both situations under Section 6 for initiating the risk evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, it would be the same under either case. We'll evaluate the chemicals, whether it comes in through our process, prioritized, or through a manufacturer request, looking at all reasonably available information. And, we would expect parties who have data relevant to the evaluation to have that available, recognizing that with all assessments, we have to ensure that we safeguard any confidential business information. But we do a systematic review of the literature, and so we for in either case, and so we evaluate the databases of chemicals, whether they're manufacturer requests or prioritized in the same manner.
Yeah, thank you. So I think the question truly was, does the agency have the ability to request additional information to fill data gaps in the manufacturer requested review as opposed to the other reviews? And my understanding yesterday was, or earlier in the week, I shouldn't say what day, was that after the review starts, you can consider that before the review is granted, but after it starts, you can't request additional data to fill data.
Yeah, I mean, that helps a lot. So when we grant a request, the term we use is it's facially complete, that we believe that the request is complete and that we have adequate information to do the risk evaluation. Under Section 4 of TSCA, we have the ability to require the generation of data if we believe those data are needed under Section 6 to conduct an evaluation. I will say that from a timeliness perspective, once we do grant the risk evaluation, it's under the same clock as the prioritized evaluations, which means we have 3 years to get the evaluation done, which means we have somewhere around a year to 18 months to get the analyses completed and get a draft ready for public comment and peer review. So the time between grant and issuing of a draft risk evaluation is not a long time to acquire additional information. So that's why we aim with the manufacturer requests, since we're not going through the 9 to 12 month year prioritization process, to make the determination that the request is facially complete and therefore is ready to go in terms of having the information necessary to conduct an evaluation. Which again, as I'll just reiterate, doesn't preclude the statutory authorities we have under Section 4 of TSCA to require the generation of data if we believe it's needed for risk evaluation.
Excellent. Thank you for that clarification. And I am sensitive to and I think the committee is too, the time constraints. And I think we comment on that pretty frequently. So I appreciate that response. All right, let's see, Dr. Chason.
Yes, can I ask EPA, is there any perceived advantage to the agency or to the public for taking requests for these particular reviews, since you already have a caseload that's pretty amazing, and so there must be some public interest in adding to that pile. Can you speak to that?
Yes, I can. It's actually a statutory requirement. Sections, I should back up. First of all, Section 6 requires the agency, I'm speaking of caseload, to have at least 20 prioritized risk evaluations in the program at any given time. So that means when we complete one, we need to bring one back in so we have a caseload of 20 prioritized evaluation. The statute also requires us to have no less than 25%, but no more than 50% additional chemicals in as manufacturer requests if we get that many requests. So with a caseload of 20 prioritized, that would mean between 5 and 10 extra as manufacturer requests. So the ability of manufacturers to request and our requirement to accept those requests if they fill requirements is actually part of the statutory requirements under TSCA.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. I appreciate that.
Yes, yes, I echo that. Thank you very much for those answers and for taking the questions kind of on the fly. This was, we didn't anticipate that we're going to have this discussion this morning. So thank you very much, Dr. Morris. At this point, Dr. Luz has a response to some questions we had a day or so ago, and most of them were by Dr. Chason, I believe, but perhaps by others. So, Dr. Luz, do you have that response?
Morning, Dr. Cobb. Yes, we have responses from EPA. And again, these were in response to questions, I think primarily from Dr. Chason, that she kindly provided to us via email and writing so we could respond in writing. So I'm going to do my best to paraphrase the questions, and I'll provide EPA's response and read the response verbatim into the record. So the first question pertained to the consumer exposure model, or CEM, whether or not it had been peer reviewed. That question also was asking related to the exposure factors handbook and whether or not that had been peer reviewed, and it had kind of sub questions related to portions of size of fish consumption that the agency used. So the agency's response: CEM went under peer review in 2016. Feedback from the peer review process was incorporated into CEM before public release of version 2.0 in 2017. Fish ingestion rates and factors are discussed and cited in section 7 in the environmental media and general population technical support document. Do you want me to pause there to see if there's any responses from the committee to that question, or do you just want me to continue on?
You can proceed either way. It's fine with me either way.
Okay, great. Thanks, Dr. Cobb. Okay, the next question again pertained to EPA's use of CEM and it not being used actually for the dermal exposure assessment for consumers. This question is a little technical, so I'm just going to read the question verbatim. Did it use degrading absorption and transfer coefficients with repeated exposure? Are the dynamics of leaching understood for the different plastics and other matrices, such as cellulose, from which the different phthalates can escape under conditions of aging, structural stress, temperature, etc.? Is that factored into the exposure scenario? Can you please summarize how that was represented in draft consumer exposure analysis? So EPA's response: EPA generally discussed DIDP formulation and potential leaching in the first paragraph of section 2.2. Further considerations mentioned in the question are not included in the estimates. EPA welcomes SAC recommendations for references that can be used to qualitatively discuss such complexities in the context already provided in section 2.2. Okay, so the third question in section 5, so page 115, lines 2052 through 2058, pertaining to chemical migration rate, was derived from surrogate data. Could you point to where the surrogate data are identified and extracted for use here? EPA's response: section 2.1.2.1, see chemical migration rate subsection, line 806. This subsection contains references and descriptions of the chemical migration rate selection. And that's a response to that question. The next question, question 4. So as migration proceeds over time, migration dynamics change, function of integrity of the initial plastics, decreased concentration of the plasticizer, dynamics of use of the product. So the distribution of values of migration rates can be front-loaded in relation to plasticizer concentration in the product, but also degradation of the product plastic in older items can affect the rate of release. How was this handled? What value was chosen for the deterministic value to be used? Was this discussed and surrogate chemical migration dynamics shown? So EPA's response. EPA recognized the sources of uncertainty from some of the mentioned considerations, specifically migration of DIDP from solid products to aqueous solutions in the dermal assessment and uncertainties due to chemical leaching from product. So see first paragraph in section 2.2 and section 5.1. Chemical migration rate discussion and concerns are available in section 2.1.2.1. That's the chemical migration rate subsection, as well as in section 5.1. In article inhalation scenarios, DIDP is released into the gas phase. The article inhalation scenario tracks chemical transport between the source, air, airborne, and settled particles, and indoor sinks by accounting for emissions, mixing with the gas phase, transfer to particulates by partitioning, removal due to ventilation, removal due to cleaning of settled particulates and dust to which DIDP has partitioned, absorption or desorption to/from interior surfaces. The emissions from the article were modeled with a single exponential decay model. That's our response to the question 4 that was posed. And then question 5 was asking for clarification for products under the domain of FDA for regulation. Do the FDA risk assessments consider the exposure scenarios mandated by TSCA? With some of the examples given in this being pertaining to phthalates and food uses, pests, phthalate uses in medical equipment. So EPA's response. EPA OPPT is currently focused on assessing the exposure and hazard to DIDP and DINP under TSCA. To respond to these questions, EPA would need to coordinate with FDA. The next question, so question number 6, lines 987 through 988. EPA based confidence and weight fractions for different products on the number and age of data sources that were used, and the difference between moderate and low confidence was based on the age of the sources, particularly given that DIDP is a replacement for DHP in some products. How does EPA define more current or less current? Is there a generalizable trend in the rate of DINP use across product categories that could be used to reduce uncertainty? So EPA's response. EPA recognizes that the terms more current and less current are difficult to apply across products and articles, and further description may be needed. Articles that remain in place can be reformulated and the content of DIDP change. Having weight fractions that are reported in past CDR reporting cycles but not in current ones is considered less current, as this is our indicator of manufacturing and production practices and changes. Completed assessments and product testing reports published before CDR reporting changes are evident, are less current. Obtaining SDS for products such as adhesives that are contemporary with the products available to consumer at the moment of assessment development are considered more current. That's a response to that question. Then the final question, so question 7. Are phthalates used in hydraulic fracturing for oil and gas? Where is this included? So EPA's response. EPA's COU table for DIDP and DINP do not include the hydraulic fracturing for oil and gas. As EPA develops the draft risk evaluations for other phthalates, EPA will consider hydraulic fracturing for oil and gas as appropriate. That brings us to the end of the EPA responses to the questions posed yesterday morning. So I'll turn it back over to you, Dr. Cobb.
Thank you, Dr. Luz. That was a comprehensive response.
Excuse me, Dr. Cobb, I have a follow-up question on the
Well,
first
I was
question.
getting to that.
Okay.
So
Sorry.
we'll now turn this over to the committee for further question or comment regarding this. So, Dr. Chason, you had.
Yeah, the first, on the very first question, thank you for that, by the way. That was very helpful. The very first question I asked, if the peer reviews are publicly available documents, are they? And if so, how do I get one of those?
Hi, this is Laura Karnavik. We're currently working on getting those, this specific 2016 document to see if it's publicly available. We do have it, just not entirely sure it is publicly available.
Will you be getting back to us about that?
Absolutely. As soon as I know a path to get it across to you. Yeah.
Just a comment. When I read something like that in a document, generically, it seems to infer some kind of pedigree. And without the documents being publicly available, I'm not sure that is fair, if you will. So I think it's really important to have claims of peer review available and to anybody to take a look and see what was discussed during the peer review and whether or not the current versions of these models reflect what the peer review issues were. Thank you.
That's an important point. Perhaps we can capture that in the meeting minutes. And thank you for that response. Okay, are there other questions? If not, now I would like to circle back to any comments that committee members did not get covered yesterday. We went through a lot of material. We're nearly an entire day ahead of schedule. So I'm sure there are a few things that got omitted. And if there's anybody that would like to enter information in from previous charge questions that we've already covered, I would entertain those now. Dr. Gentry.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, or at least I can.
Okay. I think around our discussion, and first I have to thank Dr. Chason. I mean, she, like we said, she had a lot to deal with yesterday, a lot of questions. And I think there were a few issues around charge question 1B1 for DIDP that may have not been included yesterday. So I wanted to make sure those were added. There were some issues in the comments around the sentinel exposures for the screening approach that suggested some food chain issues were overlooked, like consumption of fish, and especially to PESS communities and subsistence communities. But I think we'll need to clarify that or discuss that, because tribal fish ingestion for the subsistence fisher was considered a sentinel exposure scenario in section 7. It's also displayed in figure 2-1 of the document. Also, there was an issue raised around swimming or surface water consumption, and that is covered in section 5 of the document, where swimming and incidental ingestion of water as part of swimming is included in the sentinel exposures. So I'm not sure we discussed that or that was entered thoroughly yesterday, so I wanted to make sure that was added.
Yes, thank you for entering that into the record, because that's important, especially if there to get the comments right, and to get, if there's nuance behind any of that, it's really good to have that in the in the report. And I really appreciate you clarifying that. And I think, unless there's more, I think we next respondent is Dr. Hager Bernays.
Thank you. Yes, this I think fits with yesterday's comments. And again, thank you to Dr. Chasen for that incredible summary, and to Dr. Lutz and EPA for responding with some really important answers. I want to recognize that this is with regard to the risk, so the risk assessment, and for occupational exposures, central tendency and 95th percentile exposures were evaluated, but only the central tendency conditions were carried through to the risk characterization. EPA does not justify why the pivot, I think it's a pivot from the past practice. I will note that benchmark was exceeded for some COUs using the 95th percentile exposure conditions. And for the record, I'd like to EPA to provide justification for the use of the 50th percentile exposure estimates carried through the risk analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hager Bernays. And I will echo that comment, because this is a topic that the SAC has brought to EPA repeatedly, regarding protecting from higher exposures, especially for sensitive types of groups. So thank you for that comment. Are there other comments from the committee regarding things that we've covered in previous charge questions? Okay, seeing none. I believe yesterday we skipped charge question 2B, and we can resume our discussion today with charge question 2B if Dr. Luz or someone from EPA can read that into the record for us.
Dr. Cobb, this is Tony Luz with EPA. I'll read DIDP charge question 2B. Fate and transport modeling analyses indicate that when DIDP is released to the environment, it is expected to partition primarily to soils and sediments. Therefore, these media are of high priority for environmental exposure analyses. As described in section 4 of the draft environmental hazard assessment for DIDP, no hazard data were identified for DIDP for soil invertebrates. DINP was selected as an analog for read across of soil invertebrate hazard data as described in Appendix A of the draft environmental hazard assessment for DIDP. Please comment on the appropriateness of the methods used to identify DINP as an analog for DIDP.
Thank you. Thank you. And our lead discussant is Dr. Wright. Dr. Reif, are you there? Is Dr. Reif there?
Can anyone else from the discussants, do they have their response?
Dr. Reif was there just when we started this. I
Yeah.
saw him. He disappeared.
Maybe by phone, and he has it. It is the 919 number. It may be a telephone, but he needs to unmute his telephone.
Dr. Reif, are you there?
We can come back to him if he's not here, and we can go to the discussions if you would like to, and then come back to him.
Let's see, is there, this is George Cobb here. Is there anybody in the group that is prepared to read the response into the record for this charge question?
This is Kimber Howdeshell. We didn't receive, or I didn't receive a compiled response from Dr. Rife. He may be having connectivity issues.
It looks like that's the case. There is a phone there that's muted.
Yes, I see this 919 number that is muted, right?
But we can't, there's no way, it's not like the online where we can mute and unmute people that can't do that. So, okay, well, if there's nobody that's prepared to, let me ask it this way. Do individual associates in this topic have comments that they would like to offer at this time rather than a unified response? So I don't see anyone who's ready to do that because we were trying to compile all these together. So I think we're going to have to move to the DI. No, we're not going to move to the DINP yet. Let's do this. Still try to get Dr. Rife back in communication. There were a number of folks who wanted to comment on how things from the exposure assessment and the risk assessment paradigms influenced the risk assessment document or the risk evaluation document. So I think maybe we can move into that without leaving DIDP yet. So this is primarily related to DIDP, but perhaps not. It was not a charge question, but there's some related issues from the hazard and the ecological exposure side and the human exposure side that truly do cascade into the risk evaluation. So there were a couple of folks that indicated a desire to comment on those, and I'd like to open it up to those folks or anyone else to comment on the risk assessment aspect. Dr. Chase.
Well, I'll start this conversation off. As part of the exposure assessment commentary, we're trying to expand the conversation, if you will, to touch on, if not include completely, the issues around how the risk assessment, in other words, from the perspective of the exposure assessment review, it is are the data and the methods or approaches and the models and the way the exposure assessment and the things that were included, if you will, in the exposure assessment, is that appropriate to the needs of the hazard assessment. In other words, what's being done and how the data are used in models really must comport to the inferred questions that come out of the metrics of the hazard assessment. So you don't want, I mean, the most obvious for that kind of thing is you don't want an acute assessment to be used in place of a lifetime or chronic assessment. I mean, that's simplistic, but it just illustrates why something could be mathematically correct, but not relevant to the hazard question. So we're trying to structure, if you will, some of the conversation. Now, that gets particularly important or let's say invites commentary from us when we take a look at the entire spectrum of phthalates and the types of exposures that could occur. So there is obviously an intent that EPA is headed toward doing some kind of a cumulative assessment across the phthalates. So once again, this very important issue of how the exposure assessment meets the needs that come up across from the hazard assessment. So I just point that out to people to try to understand the structure for our comments and to invite particularly the people on the SAC to lend their comments to us directly in sections 1 in charge question 1A 5 in particular, and 1A I in particular. So not to limit it to those, but those are clearly places where we will be beginning this kind of conversation. And so anybody from the SAC or otherwise, we would invite their participation to lend us their thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chason. I see Dr. Ottinger.
Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Chason. You captured the essence very well. And I just want to drill into one of the areas that perhaps could make this a more concrete discussion, and that is that in terms of both hazard and risk, there are sets of data that aren't there. And so the question is, can one conclude that if no data are available, or conversely, if there are data, but there's a mismatch between measured environmental levels and then lack of response, we've seen it going several different directions there, but they didn't coincide. Is the conclusion that there's no hazard actually logical at that point? And I realize in saying that the frustration is the lack of data for some of the specific species. So that brings up the question of the model species, sentinel species, and going down that path, which is extremely useful, extremely important. But circling back, is it appropriate to say there's no hazard in the situation where data aren't available to actually draw that conclusion? Are there models or literature out there that would give us more insights that then could be used to at least partially develop a more complete estimate, if you will, of both hazard and risk? And sorry, that's probably a bit confusing, but at least hopefully getting the discussion continued along those lines.
So that helps a lot. Those are similar to my comments, and I have some follow-ups, but I see Dr. Fanning has been waiting, so I'd like to go to her next.
Thank you. And I'm going to continue a little bit in the same vein of the comments by Dr. Chason and Dr. Ottinger. I think our final comments will reflect some detailed input on the aggregate exposure assessment that was done, and kind of how EPA does and in some places does not carry forward the concepts of aggregating exposures and therefore risks across articles within a COU, across COUs, and then as we get to other phthalates, the issues that Dr. Chason brought up, really making sure that we are capturing those highly exposed consumers through these sort of cumulated and aggregated assessments. And I wanted to add one other thing on that, which has to do with the definition of pests in this assessment. I think that it's very important to recognize that pest groups may be defined through biological susceptibility, as has been done here. We have susceptible life stages for phthalates, but also through high exposure scenarios. So exposure pests, if you will, is a piece that we will provide some more detailed comment on. And I think we did begin that discussion during the earlier discussion on charge question 1A for DIDP. But we would like to make sure that this risk evaluation in the end really has captured those high exposure pests. And that might mean aggregating over the general population exposures and the indoor consumer dust, for example. So I'm not going to give detailed comments on those recommendations yet because we need to work them out. I just want to say that we can expect some comment on that. So thank you.
Thank you. That was an important comment about how these data aggregations should be considered. I appreciate that. Are there other comments from the committee? Back to Dr. Ottinger.
Again, just to further muddy the water, so to speak, most, not only pest populations, but most wildlife are exposed to multiple chemicals, and mixtures. And clearly working with mixtures is a whole different issue. But as EPA looks at the high priority other phthalates, it would be very, very helpful to be able to look at them individually, but then look at them in combination if the locations are such that there's likelihood of multiple exposures or environmental movement of these chemicals. So I just want to raise that as something that perhaps is a little bit more outside the scope of what we're looking at right now, but a reality that many populations, both wildlife and human, have to encounter.
Understood. Dr. Fanning, you're back.
Yes, Dr. Ottinger's comment made me realize there was one other piece I wanted to add to that earlier remark, and that is that our group has had some discussion, and the questions answered this morning were part of that, of the non-TSCA uses of phthalates. And while those will not be, an explicit part, perhaps, of the risk evaluations, at least they are not in the current document, we do feel they're very important considerations for defining who the high exposure pests are. And there's the data and authoritative evaluations that have been carried out to date indicate that diet is the predominant route of exposure for the majority of the population. So food contact articles are very important in that regard. However, there can be some very highly exposed individuals. Again, this is a set of uses under FDA authority, but they're very highly exposed individuals receiving exposure through medical products. So I just wanted to say that some of the non-TSCA uses may be relevant to help identify who are really the pest groups of concern here. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. I think that's important as well. I did want to circle back a little bit to some of the thing to amplify on some of the things Dr. Ottinger was saying, and perhaps repeat a thing or two that have been brought up before. The risk assessment has no consideration, no evaluation of the toxicity data compared to the ecological exposure data. And so that's a whole. And as we discussed yesterday, the document by Adams et al. Clearly states they did not consider immobilization in their toxicity assessment. They observed it, and if it was too great, they repeated the study. So that study did not consider entrapment. It considered immobilization as the endpoint. And so the premise to disregard that study because it was entrapment is, in my estimation, erroneous. And that completely changes the assessment. So that's the first thing. The other aspect is there are mentions of high exposure scenarios in the ecological exposure assessments that are not high exposures. They are mean exposures from municipal discharges or from watersheds that may or may not include industrial discharges, but nowhere are there evaluations of concentrations near industrial discharges in any of the publications that I saw. If you were to take a high centile value of the monitored data from either the WIN study or from the TRANS study, one was from, I believe, Taiwan, and the TRANS study was from, I believe, France. If you were to take high centile values from those, you end up with hazard quotients above 1 for measured toxicity values. And so that really needs to be carefully revised to ensure that the data are being accurately represented. I think that's all that I had. There were a couple of things on the exposure side for humans, but I think those were captured in some of the other comments that came up today. Are there other members? I see Dr. Fenner-Crisp.
Yes, I wanted to make a comment on Dr. Fanning's comments about what all would be in the exposure assessment, and she was highlighting the non-TSCA uses for these 7 chemicals. One might need to think about additional scenarios, and there are other chemicals in the subclass that aren't being analyzed at the moment. Many, if not all of those, are also on the TSCA inventory and therefore do have TSCA uses and might well have non-TSCA uses. How will exposure to those be accommodated in these assessments and in the CRA once they get around to be doing that?
So Dr. Fenner-Crisp, is that something you're asking the agency now or something you think should be addressed as a question in the report?
Well, I'm suggesting that the extension of Dr. Fanning's comments may include this particular issue.
Correct. I understand, and I appreciate that. And
that is a separate question, but
yeah, we will make sure that those,
How might you fold that into your
Yep.
discussions of the aggregate / cumulative exposure?
right, TSCA, non-TSCA uses, yes.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I think that just goes to Dr. Chason opened kind of this conversation by saying our group would welcome any input and comment from you and others as we try to put together our comments on these issues. So very helpful, and please do share with Dr. Chason what input you have on that.
Yeah, I'll write a little note and send it off to her and put on paper what I've just said.
Thank you. Okay. So I think we're, Dr. Lee. Dr. Lee, you're still on mute. There you go.
Oh, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to read this into record. So because I just saw a lot of discussion when talking about risk assessment, a lot of discussion, a lot of attention just being put on the toxicity or toxicological side. I just want to mention this from another angle, which is exposure angle. So my point is, like, if we do want to pursue a risk assessment, maybe we have to consider the multi-dimensionality in exposure, so that aggregate exposure can be evaluated by considering, number one, multiple exposure pathways, number two, multiple environmental media or multiple scales of the environment. And number three, emissions from multiple stages in the life cycle. So for example, at this moment, the exposure assessment is done for one source at a time. And they consider different aspects of the environment, different aspects of exposure pathways, and different aspects of the humans and the population characteristics and their behaviors. So that in this case, the estimated exposure cannot be compared or cannot be added, cannot be aggregated into the totality. So this is why the report keep concluding that there's no risk for this, there's no risk for that. But if you do add everything together, maybe the risk can be higher than the acceptable level. For example, at this moment, the indoor environment or the consumer environment is something separated from the outdoor environment or the natural environment, which means if you use the DIDP containing products or containing articles in a certain COU in the indoor environment, the chemical will be confined within that indoor environment or the residential environment. So, but in reality, if you do use the chemical in your home, and when you open the window, when you open the doors, and the chemical can be ventilated out, or the chemical can move from the home to the natural environment, which also causes the contamination in the environment nearby. And we have to consider the contamination from one scale of environment to the other scale of environment. Another example is at this moment, the emission into different settings of environment have been considered separately. One thing is the emission, we consider the industrial emissions to the natural environment, but we consider the consumer emissions from products into the indoor environment. And when we do the assessment, we just do the people separately. We focus on someone who is living very close to the industrial size, and the consumer who is isolated from that industrial size. But actually, we can imagine some worst case, that is, there is a person who is living in very close to the industrial sites, who is in a fence-like community. And at the same time, this person also use the products and the articles. So they also have the chance to be exposed to DIDP through the daily behavior. At the same time, this guy is also swimming in a water body which received the DIDP from the release, from the industrial discharge. At this moment, the report just considered these three things as a separate things. But if you add them together, maybe the situation would be totally different. So that would be some point I want to make.
Thank you. And those are important parts of these kind of considerations. So thank you very much for that comment. Did I see Dr. Fanning had her hand up? It seems to have disappeared.
No, I'm fine. Thank you, Dr. Cobb.
Okay. So I think we've done with that. I do not believe Dr. Reif has joined us. He had a connectivity issue that he's having to try to get to another computer, which may be a ways away. At the risk of getting off track, perhaps we can take a 10-minute break now and try to give Dr. Reif a chance to return. If he has not returned, perhaps we need to have the other discussants read their comments in as best they can. And I see Dr. Lowett. I see Dr. Lowett is there, and I kind of got off track with our connectivity problems with Dr. Reif. Dr. Lowett.
Yeah, you didn't ask us for clarification before you transitioned to what you're doing next. So I just was wondering.
Yeah, we'll please ask for questions or clarifications.
Just one sort of point of clarification. I really enjoyed that whole conversation. And, I really appreciate the points made by several of the commenters about the importance of what I like to call the connectivity of the hazard and exposure, and to make sure that they match on a temporal and spatial basis, ensuring that the connection between hazard and exposure is vitally important. And particularly as we think about the cumulative assessment and more potent compounds that go through the program, we're going to need to be doing more and more very spatially explicit, temporally explicit, lifestyle specific, very refined assessments. But I'd like to just remind the panel that the program is moving towards in a way to use our resources efficiently, that we're step by step starting to build, for lack of a better word, a tiered process where we start with a tier 1 screening kind of thing and move incrementally to more and more refined assessments that look like what I described, that are temporally, spatially, life stage specific, and get more and more refined in that sense. And so as the panel thinks about asking us to add up more and more things, we would have to move away from those tier 1 screening level assessments to more and more refined, because you're not going to add up the highest of the high to the highest of the high to the highest of the high, in part because those things just don't kind of make sense. But as we think about the hazard for most of the phthalates that are going to be these shorter term durations related to either the development of through the PPR alpha, through non-cancer liver effects, or through the changes in testosterone, all of which are relative short periods. And so it becomes very complex when we think about adding up scenarios in that temporal situation. So I would just ask the panel, as you think about writing up the things that we just talked about, building if our goal is to build a tiered process, starting with very screening level, that if, in most cases, if it passes at the screening level, we're not going to invest resources to get uber refined. We're going to refine to the extent that first we have the data to do. And right now, as many of you have acknowledged, the data in not only the phthalate space, but the industrial chemical space on some of these very refined behavioral parameters, monitoring data, et cetera, just don't exist. So if we can, help us move our approach to get better and better, recognizing that there is a lot of data and methodology that needs to be advanced. And some of that lack of data and methodology will become apparent in the cumulative assessment. So I just wanted to sort of make sure that we're not setting up unrealistic expectations, and maybe to add information to that conversation about how to help us do better, recognizing where the science is. So that was my sort of plea or request. Or
So I understand. I hope the committee does too. I will say that the solution to this is when these reviews come up where there are data gaps, require their manufacturers to produce the data, and that solves the data availability problem. And otherwise, you're stuck with high centile. If you don't have data to model, you're stuck with high centile estimates, and that's just how risk assessment works. And the refinement is to gather the data. And so I'm not I understand you're stuck with the data that you have, but there's also the opportunity to obtain more. And I know that's getting into policy, so I hesitate to have that kind of conversation, but that's scientifically, that's what's needed.
And I wouldn't disagree with that, but as the program begins to work sooner and use the pre-prioritization pieces of the process more effectively and efficiently, we'll have better opportunities to get those data, because we'll be talking about the needing for those data years in advance.
Exactly.
Because monitoring data takes a long time. Developing new models, it just takes a long time.
Exactly.
And so in some of these risk evaluations we're doing now, like the phthalates, for example, we're in this pattern, in this position where we have to do assessments with the data that exists today. Whereas the ones that we're going to do in the future, we're getting smarter about doing that earlier.
Yeah.
Just putting in
Exactly. And, all of the responsibilities, not necessarily on the EPA. The organization can voluntarily provide information without you having to request it. So thank you for that. I do appreciate that. I see some other hands up. Dr. Otten.
Dr. Lowett, I really appreciate what you just said. And I think that personally, my intent is more along the lines of trying to take advantage of literature that's already out there that could provide some additional information and enhance the use of sentinel species. The other point I would make is that as time goes on, more exposomics kinds of approach is getting utilized in wildlife and eco kinds of applications that should actually go from, if you will, step 1 to step at least 6 or 10 in providing us more reliable measurement endpoints that could be utilized for hazard and risk evaluation. So I really do appreciate what you've just said. Thank you.
And Dr. Chason.
Dr. Lowett, your comments are very, very helpful, and as well as the EPA staff attitude about accepting or listening to our commentary. So one of the aims is to increase the power of the information that you do have. And one way to do that is through, if you will, some more powerful use of statistics not just distributional and probabilistic kinds of things, but also the Bayesians. I'm not sure if the scientists there have access to people who can readily and efficiently and in a timely manner deal with compounded data sets and things like that are required. But is it useful for you, for the institutional you, to for us to keep dwelling or making that kind of recommendation, if not being able to be utilized immediately for your future work?
Yeah, I'll respond to that, and then, maybe it is time to move on. So I appreciate that question, Dr. Chasen. And yes, it is, because having sections of the SAC report, and this is just my personal view, that having sections of the SAC report that talk about the importance of the intersection of hazard and exposure, and the importance of having more refined information and more refined models, and using things like omics and modern technologies is actually really important, because then we can take that SAC report and use it as a dialogue and as a facilitation to our stakeholders who may have those data or have the capacity to collect some of that information. It helps us with that dialogue, that that we can talk about the value of that information, and the extent to which the SAC has impressed on us the importance of that. So yes, it is. I just would add to that the recognition that it may not be something we could do tomorrow, and that we're doing, if all of you have things that you think we can do better with what we have today, we'd love to hear that. But sometimes we're stuck with what we can do today, and what we can do tomorrow. But next year we may be able to do something different, as long as there's a recognition of that. So I hope that helps.
Very much so. And we'll try to put our recommendations like that into context for you as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that excellent dialogue. So now I'm still looking to see if anyone can help me, as Dr. Reif has arrived. All right. Again, at the risk of getting a little bit out of sequence, we're pretty far ahead of schedule. So what I'd like to do now is take maybe a 15-minute break. Hopefully Dr. Reif can get online. If not, maybe this time can be used for the evaluators, or excuse me, the associate discussants, to prepare some comments so we can get through charge question 2B. So Ala, you're there.
Dr. Cobb, is it a suitable time that there is a further clarification from EPA regarding the comment that we were talking about earlier?
Oh, I thought that's what we were doing.
Oh, okay.
If EPA has further comments, please. I see Dr. Morris is up.
Yeah, Jeff Morris, EPA. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I interpreted one of the follow-on questions that I received this morning correctly. The question posed to me was, does EPA for these manufacturer requests have the ability to ask for additional information? And I replied, yes, there's nothing in the procedures for manufacturer requests that precludes us from using our data gathering authorities, which is perfectly correct under the rules we're now operating. So any future manufacturer requests, those authorities aren't compromised. If the question, though, I don't think it was, but if the question was for these two chemicals, could we use our authorities? Which I assume late in this process, you're not suggesting that. But these two chemicals were brought in under old rules that we would interpret as not allowing us to actually ask for additional information through our authorities for these two chemicals. But I just wanted to clarify that, because I wanted to make sure that I was answering the question in the spirit that the person asked me, which I think was going forward for the future of this program.
Yeah, that's an excellent clarification, and I understand perhaps the rules changed a bit, and I understand that. But that's an excellent clarification about that dialogue.
Yeah.
So are there other clarifying questions from EPA about the things we've talked about this morning? Okay, if not, I really think we should take a 15-minute break now until half past the hour and hopefully get Dr. Rife connected in that time frame.
Right, thank you.
So welcome back. This is George Cobb, Chair of the Science Advisory Committee for Chemicals. And we have Dr. Reif back. I'm sorry you had your connectivity issues. We've all experienced that, maybe not as acutely as you just did. So thank you for getting back aligned. And now, if EPA can read in charge question 2B for the DIDP assessment.
You said 2B. This is Tony with EPA. It looks like
Yes,
2A on the screen right now.
B, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now I see 2B. All right, so this is DIDP charge question 2B. Fate and transport modeling analyses indicate that when DIDP is released to the environment, it is expected to partition primarily to soils and sediments. Therefore, these media are of high priority for environmental exposure analyses. As described in section 4 of the draft environmental hazard assessment for DIDP, no hazard data were identified for DIDP for soil invertebrates. DINP was selected as an analog for read across of soil invertebrate hazard data as described in Appendix A of the draft environmental hazard assessment for DIDP. Please comment on the appropriateness of the methods used to identify DINP as an analog for DIDP. Thank you.
Thank you for getting that into the record for us. And now we'll turn it to Dr. Reif, and then after that to the other discussants.
Yes, thank you. So my machine did this to me earlier this week when I turned my camera on Zoom. It just died, and so instead of fixing it, I just hoped everything would be great, which is not scientific. So I apologize for wasting the committee's time on that. I will say I'm going to read a document from a different computer, and I asked the associate discussants and Dr. Cobb to chime in because I had received input from everybody. And just in case this version that I'm reading hasn't synced all of the consolidated comments that were made, please, associate discussants, pipe up and add them in here. But I think it's mostly correct, mostly complete. So general comments for question 2B. The EPA appropriately selected DINP as a suitable analog for DIDP based on very similar structural, chemical, and physical characteristics between the two compounds and comparable environmental fate and transport. The use of names for comparison of structural and chemical characteristics identified a number of analogs. The further screening of analog candidates to those with physical properties of log KOW and log KOC that were within one log unit relative to DIDP refined the list of potential analogs, of which 2 were DINP, or approximately 1/3 of the possible choices. So finally, DINP was selected as the appropriate analog, largely based on the available data for DINP from previous literature identification, data extraction, risk of bias assessment from toxicity studies. This approach seems reasonable and is appropriate for protection of terrestrial invertebrate health, given that DINP was a phthalate for which environmental hazard assessment was conducted and the risk assessment is ongoing. In my opinion, the EPA addressed the potential concern with using DINP as an analog where both are outside the domain of applicability of ecotoxicity predictions due to high octanol water partition coefficients, and by not supplementing empirical hazard data with predicted data. Since DINP was determined to be a good analog for DIDP, why were other read-across data from DINP or other analogs not considered for other species in the environmental assessment that lacked empirical data, such as avians or plants? And a couple detail points on the draft hazard assessment, both having to do with the confidence assessment. On line 317, it's stated that EPA has robust confidence that DIDP poses no hazards, but the screening level assessment was based only on one study from an analog chemical, so questioning the use of robust versus slight confidence for this assignment. And relatedly, on line 399, in the hazard assessment for DIDP, the same confidence is then listed as moderate rather than robust. So just wanted to point that out in case it was a continuity or editing error and it actually was meant to reduce the original rating, or if that was a scientific assessment. And yeah, that's the consolidated info that I have.
All right, so thank you for that. And let's go to our associate discussants. And we'll begin with Dr. Schumann Goodyear.
Thank you. My comments are in there. Thank you, Dr. Rife. Further comments?
Great, thank you. Dr. David.
I have no further comments.
Dr. Lee.
No further comments. Thanks.
Yes, and Dr. Lee, I need to apologize to you. We were trying to align some stuff while we didn't know if Dr. Rife was going to be back, and I omitted your name, and I apologize from those emails. Dr. Hadashiel.
No further comments.
That was pretty succinct, and I appreciate the comments. I did have a question, and perhaps this is just some of my naivete. On the high octanol water partition coefficient or high KOWKD values, am I hearing correctly that when you get to a certain threshold that the read across types of data may not be appropriate? Is that what I'm hearing?
This comment in particular was related to the use of EcoSAR.
Okay,
which
EcoSAR.
it does fall outside the bounds. I don't know the answer why the Genra from EPA wasn't able to contribute in this case. That was cited in the document as well. But there are many reasons for that, and I'm not sure if it was the same root cause.
But that comment was related to EcoSAR, not
comment was related to EcoSAR, and that's, as they cite in the report, they call out EcoSAR there in particular. But I can adjust that in my comments.
Yeah, and sorry, I misspoke when I was simply curious. So, but that is in essence saying that you really need empirical data rather than trying to read across from other tox values. Is that am I capturing that correctly?
Well, I think in this case, EcoSAR could have provided additional predictions, and instead of adding additional predictions that weren't empirically based, they used the read across empirical values instead of augmenting them with additional predictions.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's good explanation. So back to the rest of the committee then. Are there additional comments related to the fate and transport of DIDP? I see Dr. Chason, are you?
Yeah, I'm trying to find a little hand. Thank you, Dr. Cobb. As you well know, ecology is way outside my wheelhouse, but I just have a curiosity. I've looked at this. When I ask this question, you'll see how far out of my wheelhouse I am. I'm just curious about why we don't see markers, or if you will, or representative organisms that are avian. And I keep thinking back to like the DDT times, and where you had an effects on the eggs. It was eggshell thinning, but since this is also so lipophilic, it would seem to me that might be relevant. Can somebody just explain to me why you have aquatic animals, terrestrial animals, but no avian species that are considered?
I see Dr. Ottinger's hand up, and I hope that she has a better answer than I was going to offer for this.
I don't know if it's better, but for what it's worth, the short answer, Dr. Chazon, is that measuring endpoints in field birds is difficult. And there are some measures that have been used traditionally, but usually it's more like lethality. And that's why I made the suggestion earlier that as exposomics get more refined and we have the molecular tools, which we have not had for birds because there's species differences, as well as differences in a lot of the they're unique in a lot of ways. Hollow bones, air sacs, migration. I can send you a review paper that goes through that, but they're very unique. And because of that, it makes it very difficult to align the data from some of the mammalian species to birds, even if they're terrestrial mammals, because there are going to be differences in the H receptor responses and all sorts of other things. And the whole HPG axis, although very similar to mammals, has different kinds of unique characteristics. So the bottom line is the lack of tools, and then being able to accept, which is in the literature that I've been collecting to add to this report, the use of domestic species, primarily the chicken egg, domestic chicken egg, and Japanese quail that have been used to a great extent in laboratory studies, which then, although not directly transferable to wild species, at least gives you an indication from a sentinel, if you will, kind of, or a test species kind of perspective. Does that help?
Yes, very much so. Up until your explanation, I assumed that there was some reason why it should be excluded, not that, it's just too hard to include, I think is what you're saying. So
the issue is not to exclude it. The issue is more to have reliable data sets that at least give you an indication of what might be the hazard and then consequently the risk to birds. And some of that then circles back to multiple ongoing studies. There's a very large study in the Gulf of Mexico currently that is actually going to put real measurement endpoints together with management practices and all sorts of other things that are, again, beyond the scope of this review. But we're at the cusp of having data and information and capabilities to at least get some sentinel species assessments that will give us confidence that, yes, we can translate from mammal, or no, we can't.
can I ask a follow-up on that same sort of theme? Is are the chemical physical properties of chemicals like the phthalates concordant with the properties that you've seen historically with other chemicals that did in fact have adverse effects on avian species, or that would affect or would sort of bioaccumulate in eggs, or have any of those kinds of effects, just sort of from historical reference?
Are you talking about phthalates, or are you talking about
phthalates?
Phthalates.
Yeah.
I've been able to find a bunch of papers that have to do with various phthalates, but it's more DHEP, which then brings it into the endocrine disruptor arena. And that then, brings up a whole different set of questions about comparability and mechanisms of action and all that. But back to the DDT example, the mechanisms involved interacting with the receptors and all that are going to be similar, if not identical, to that in mammals. The question is the output. What effect does it have? So egg thinning and, with DDT versus perhaps uterine effects, because the shell gland is equivalent to the uterus in mammals, so to speak. So, we can drill down on this, and I'll send you a few review papers, Dr. Chazon, if you want to.
Yeah, thank you.
There are unique characteristics that need to be considered that make it very difficult to do a broad stroke kind of answer. And so that's why I was suggesting taking advantage of the available literature that's there, at least to get a bit of a hint as to what might be going on.
Well, I won't take up any more time, and I appreciate this sort of 101 on this, but I might not be the only non-ecologists out there who is that where this looks strange. So maybe it would be good for an explanation to the public as to a brief explanation as to why that seems, it just looks like a hole to me. And so maybe other people would appreciate having an explanation from the EPA. So maybe you can.
I agree for the write-up, but I think the comment in there about, why it didn't have avian data, I didn't know that knowledge that Dr. Ottinger just offered there. So I think that's something I need to include in the final write-up.
Dr. Reef, I'm happy to provide a few sentences and some references, and then that'll fill in some of the gaps. It's a hole, but it's not a hole that is anyone's fault. It's just the state of the art more than anything else.
And yeah, thank you. Dr. David, we'll get to your comment. Just say, I wanted to follow up on the specific question Dr. Chason asked, is there the biodegradation of these phthalates, DIDP included and DINP, are much faster than the biodegradation of DDT. It turns out that the first couple of transformation products of DDT are still relatively equally toxic for eggshell thinning, but once you do a hydrolysis or some oxidations of the phthalates, they're not nearly as toxic. So there's a bioaccumulation factor, and there's also a residual toxicity factor that make these phthalates much less potent, in my estimation, than DDT would be. And we saw that in the bioaccumulation factor data that the agency brought up yesterday, I believe it was. So, Dr. David, you had a comment.
Well, I just wanted to add to what Dr. Ottinger had said, and this is from the perspective of the regulatory requirements for registration of a substance, and the avian reproduction in which egg shell thinning is measured is typically applied. That study is typically requested, and Dr. Fenner-Chris can correct me, for pesticides, but not necessarily for industrial chemicals, unless in the US, unless there is a perceived potential for a problem. In Europe, of course, with REACH, they have a different approach in which that test may be required for very high production volume substances, regardless of their uses. As I recall, and I was just trying to do a quick search through some of my files, I think some of the phthalate esters were tested way back when. And so I'm talking about the 70s and 80s. And I don't recall any of them demonstrating a problem with regard to eggshell thinning. But I would have to go back and double check what at least I have in my files.
Thank you for that comment, Dr. David. Dr. Ottinger.
I believe, Dr. David, you're absolutely correct. And in fact, that's another one of those very far downstream kinds of measures. For something to affect eggshell thinning, you have to engage the estrogen, the estradiol receptors and everything else, as well as alter the lipid metabolism. So for a significant effect on that, it's going to be very, very, significantly affecting the animal. I believe that as we get more targeted and sophisticated methods that allow us to actually ask specifically for a chemical mechanism of action, that will enable us to directly ask what kinds of things are happening. You know, acetylcholine esterase has been used by wildlife biologists in the field for, you know, the POPs and that, you know, sort of measure just because they persist. And so they're traditional measures that have been used for birds, but they're not particularly insightful in terms of actually giving us an idea of how much effect there may be on those populations and on those individuals. There's more and more monitoring data coming out. And the study that I mentioned at the Gulf of Mexico will integrate together the toxics with measures that are used on field species. So as you know, so I guess what I'm saying is we have to be a little patient and use the data that are available right now from egg injection studies and feeding studies in more laboratory kinds of settings. But I agree with what you're saying, and I'm sure there's studies like that. Thank you.
So Dr. Fenner-Christ.
I just wanted to confirm that Dr. David was correct. Yes, the avian study is a fairly standard requirement in the pesticide regulatory process, part of Part 158. But my question would be, if these data existed in companies' files, why for non-pesticides, why haven't the sponsors submitted them to the agency?
Maybe that's a question that we can visit with EPA in a second. And thank you for that comment and clarification or confirmation of Dr. David's comment. Dr. David, do you have additional comment?
Well, just a follow-up to Penny's question. And the EPA certainly has access to the TSCA 8E submission. So had there been a study like that that was not relative to a pesticide submission, because those data are confidential, but under TSCA, anything that what identified a hazard, ecological hazard or human health hazard, would have to be submitted under Section 8E. And so it would be in the files, and I'm sure the agency did a search of their own files for that.
Well, the other thing you mentioned is REACH. That's another data source that one could look at, because even though REACH data are CBI and the agency can't get them without permission, they can go into the REACH database and look at the data summaries that ECA has.
That's correct. Those are publicly available.
Those
You're
are
right.
publicly available.
Yes. The summaries. Yes. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Good discussion. Dr. Reif, do you feel like you have adequately captured this? And please do send any comments you have relative to this discussion to Dr. Reif for inclusion.
Yes, I will. Thank you. And I have a email thread already started from Kembra et al.
Okay, thank you. And thanks, everyone. So now we'll turn it to the EPA to see if you have clarifying questions or comments.
It's Tony Lowe's with EPA. No clarifying questions or comments.
Okay, well, thank you. And let's see, we did charge question 2B, and we also did the discussion of our risk evaluations for DIDP. So at this point, I would like to circle back to the committee one final time for DIDP and see if there are any comments that have not been captured for DIDP. I'd like to get them all on the record before we go into DINP. Okay, so we can now move into the DINP charge questions. We'll start with the hazard assessment and the ecological hazards with charge question 1A. I guess it's Dr. Luz.
Thanks, Dr. Cobb. Joining us here at the EPA. I'll now read DINP charge question 1A. So as described in section 4 of the draft environmental hazard assessment for DINP, EPA had limited empirical toxicity data available for terrestrial mammals and therefore relied on data from controlled laboratory animal studies using human health animal models to derive a toxicity reference value, or TRV, to evaluate risk from chronic dietary exposure to DINP. Please comment on the strengths and weaknesses of the methodology and data used to derive a toxicity reference value, or TRV, for DINP. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Luz. And our lead discussant for this is Dr. Ottinger.
First, I'd like to thank the associate discussants for excellent input, and I will read into the record our comments. General comments: there were high and medium data quality assessed for 32 publications that include sediment, aquatic, and terrestrial habitats. The TRV was 139 milligrams per kilogram body weight per day that was derived from exposure effects on a generalized terrestrial mammal with one earthworm study used. No effects on organism survival and fitness were documented. However, there was an increase in the number of juveniles of the earthworm study. Predicting wildlife toxicity using test results from an experimental model of mammalian toxicity that supports human health is a reasonable alternative if data are unavailable for species of wildlife. Species inbreeding, selective breeding for specific sensitivity, and non-representativeness of wild strains are the primary argument against using animals that are normally used for modeling human effects. Regardless, using them is better than having no data at all. If there are concerns that species are not representative, with an uncertainty factor of 3 could be used as protective measure. The alternative is to perform the toxicity tests with species or in vitro tests that are more representative of wildlife, and that could fill the current data gap. And I would also add to that, from our discussion just preceding this, that also adding in literature that is available. The strengths are: it appears appropriate to use the mammalian studies to develop the TRV, and arrival at the resulting value was explained well, and this is on pages 23, 24, lines 485 to 517. Additional strengths were that EPA utilized offspring body weight data from in utero DINP rodent studies and body weight growth data from adult animals to define TRVs for terrestrial mammals. Survival data were also evaluated, and the quality of the data used to assess these endpoints was significant. EPA identified 7 reproduction body weight studies, 8 studies of growth and in adult body weight, and 3 survival studies. The reproduction studies range in exposure, duration, and age to include in utero, early postnatal, and 1 2-generation study. Table 4.1 in the draft environmental hazard assessment for DINP is much clearer than the similar table for the DIDP environmental hazard assessment. As with DIDP, I believe EPA, this committee member believes that EPA's choice to use human health models, meaning rodents, is logical and justified given the lack of available data for ecologically relevant terrestrial species. And as mentioned earlier, the rodent studies were high and medium quality, 12 studies, and used apical endpoints that were appropriate. There are some weaknesses. No terrestrial plant studies were available to assess potential hazards from DINP. This would indicate that soils and sediments should be considered high priority for environmental exposure analyses, and should be considered by the agency. The draft fate assessment for DINP indicates that there's an affinity for absorption to soil and its organic constituents. Given these properties, there's an indication of likelihood of strong absorption to organic carbon present in soil, and therefore DINP is expected to have low mobility in soil environments. However, because no terrestrial plant studies were available to assess the hazards from DINP exposure, that could not be concluded. The question becomes, how can one be sure that earthworms are the most sensitive terrestrial species, and why inhibition of fetal testosterone production in rats presents, it is not a definitive hazard. There are lower effects doses for androgen insufficiency than for body weight and growth. Therefore, the TRV derived here is a higher dose than the human reference dose based on androgen insufficiency. And it's reasonable to assume that the endpoint is applicable to terrestrial mammals in general, in addition to human health. And I would note here that we may want to do some comparisons with charge question 2A later on, because there are some areas that are similar in terms of what we're considering. The report does not specify why the confidence in terrestrial mammal hazard is only moderate. Also, the report does not specify which value was used to set the TRV. It appears to be the NOAL for body weight in the 2Gen study by Exxon Biomedical in 1996. However, 5 of the studies considered had low NOAL values. No exclusion criteria are listed, so it's unclear why the lowest NOAL was not selected. Also, the value of 139 milligrams per kilogram per day does not match one of the tested doses listed in the table for the Exxon study. There's a minor weakness with respect to the report in terms of formatting, and that pertains to the reproduction studies separately identified by term reproduction, but not referred to in the same language under the mammals heading, and that's more of an editorial comment. There is significant variability in the low-al and no-al values from the 12 high and medium rated rodent studies used to derive the TRV. This variability does not appear to be accounted for with the current derivation process. As such, EPA might consider calculating 95% CIs around the geometric mean of the NOALs and using the lower 95% CI as the TRV, using generic assessment factors as would be done to derive COCs for the aquatic hazard assessments, or adding a description of uncertainty that is not addressed in the TRV derivation process. As for other recommendations, specific recommendations, we would recommend discuss the distribution of DINP in the environment, likely exposure related to distance from point source, and the half-life of DINP in the environment. Discuss the relevance and transferability of laboratory studies on rat or mouse on a TRV for wildlife, specifically small mammals for deriving TRV for DINP. Will these studies provide transferable information about other terrestrial wildlife, such as birds and reptiles? Add discussion related to the effects of environmental conditions on the half-life of DINP. What is the likely scenario for exposures and likely spread, meaning through air, water, and sediment? Many of the studies demonstrate general as well as reproductive effects, including lower maternal and offspring postnatal body weights. Describe how this might translate into hazard and risk assessments for terrestrial wildlife, including mammals and birds. And the study on earthworms demonstrated no effects on mortality in adults. However, there was an effect on the number of juveniles, as mentioned earlier. discuss what this means for the population over short and long term, bringing into focus potential effects on the food web. And finally, generate plant toxicity data to determine that plants are not the most sensitive terrestrial species, since no toxicity studies on avian or terrestrial plant species were identified. There are a number of specific comments that I will provide to the EPA in writing, and we have a number of references that we will also be providing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ottinger, for that excellent summary. So now let's turn to the associate discussants. Dr. Schumann-Goodyear.
Thank you. No further comment.
Dr. Spade.
I have no further comment. Thank you for the summary, Dr. Ottinger.
Dr. Graham.
Okay. Yes, all of my comments were included. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Jenkins.
No further comments. Thank you.
Okay, so we have one. We have 1A out of the way, and now we can turn back to EPA.
You want to answer the rest of the committee also?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. My computer was telling me to unmute myself and had my screen all messed up. Sorry about that. Thank you for the recalibration there, Ally. Let's hear from the rest of the committee. Are there comments from the rest of the committee on this charge question? Okay. Have none. So now we can turn to EPA to see if there are any clarifying questions.
This is Tony Loves with EPA. No clarifying questions at this time. Thank you.
All right. So now we can move to charge question 2B.
This is Tony with EPA. I think it's 2A. We're actually now shifting gears.
Correct. My problem. My fault.
No problem, Dr. Cobb. So this is charge question 2A for DINP. So we're switching gears from environmental hazard to human health hazard. So in sections 4.1.1 and 4.1.2 of the draft non-cancer human health hazard assessment for DINP, EPA has preliminarily selected the HED of 12 milligrams per kilogram per day. So it's a BMDL-5 of 49 milligrams per kilogram per day, based on decreased fetal testicular testosterone production for assessing risks from acute and intermediate duration exposure to DINP. EPA is using benchmark dose of BMD estimates calculated by the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine. It's NASEM 2017. Please comment on the strengths and uncertainties in the selected acute/intermediate HED, including its appropriateness for these durations. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's move to our discussants. Our lead discussant here is Dr. Spade.
Thank you. And thanks to all the associate discussants who had a lot of comments on this charge question. So I'll read our response. In the draft hazard assessment for DINP, EPA derived points of departure and corresponding human equivalent doses for DINP from the benchmark dose analysis conducted by NASEM in 2017. The discussants agreed with the scientific justification to use developmental toxicity studies, specifically fetal testicular testosterone production data, to determine HED for both acute and intermediate duration points of departure, and also enumerated a number of sources of uncertainty. The strengths of the approach include the use of DINP developmental toxicity studies to derive the acute POD and HED. The endpoint used in the draft hazard assessment is inhibition of testosterone production in the fetal rat testis, which is a rapid response sensitive to reduction by single dose phthalate exposure consistent with an acute mode of action. It is appropriate to use data from developmental toxicity studies when deriving toxicity values for acute exposure in accordance with EPA policy as described on page 70 of the draft hazard assessment. Two recent publications from Earl Gray and colleagues from 2023 and 2024, and we will insert the references in our written report, support the conclusion that reduction of fetal testosterone production by DINP can cause male reproductive tract malformations, which are the apical outcome associated with this mode of action, and that DINP exerts dose additive anti-androgenic action when combined with another anti-androgenic phthalate, which in the case of the 2024 publication was dibutyl phthalate. The discussants agreed that the selection of the same POD for short and intermediate term toxicity is reasonable, given that fetal testicular testosterone production was the most sensitive endpoint over any duration in the studies that were included in the NASEM analysis. Although the duration of exposure in days in the developmental studies is shorter than what might typically be considered intermediate duration, it could be argued that the time period modeled by these exposures, so from gestation day 6 to parturition in rats, is equivalent to an intermediate exposure duration in comparison to human gestation time. In other words, for developmental endpoints, the duration of exposure in the animal should be scaled to the timing of development rather than an arbitrary duration of exposure such as 30 days. The discussants agreed that the intermediate duration POD was appropriately selected for DINP. The reviewers largely agreed that the interspecies uncertainty factor of 3 is consistent with known toxicokinetic similarity between rats and humans for phthalates while accounting for uncertainties about toxicodynamic similarity. However, the discussants request that EPA provide more detail in writing about the justification for the selected uncertainty factors. Notably, there is uncertainty about toxicodynamic similarity across species based on phthalate experiments conducted in human fetal tissue xenograft or culture models. Those experiments indicated that at least under certain circumstances, human fetal testis tissue is less sensitive to the anti-androgenic effects of phthalates than the rat fetal testis. And we will enter references into the written report. This introduces uncertainty with respect to the sensitivity of the human fetal testis to phthalate-induced testosterone reduction, although phthalates cause germ cell toxicity in all species that have been tested. We believe that this source of uncertainty was addressed by EPA in section 3.1.4.1 on pages 77 to 79 of the draft proposed approach for cumulative risk assessment of high priority phthalates in a manufacturer requested phthalate under TSCA in February 2023. However, we request that the EPA clarify the rationale for selection of the interspecies uncertainty factor A of 3, which may account for toxicokinetic similarity between species, allometric scaling to determine human equivalent dose, and or knowledge of toxicodynamic differences between species. In particular, the text note in table 4-2 should be included in the text of the report on page 72, line 2446. Adequate justification is not provided in the text of this report for the selection of the uncertainty factors as it was provided in the assessment of DIDP. There were several additional sources of uncertainty that were identified by the discussants. First concern, which was expressed by multiple discussants, was that EPA relied on the 2017 NASEM benchmark dose analysis rather than conducting a new analysis. Adopting the NASEM analysis means that some decisions made by NASEM introduced uncertainty, and those include, there's sort of a long list here, but it is unclear whether EPA attempted to replicate the BMD modeling and whether the results were confirmed. There was no justification provided for the use of BMDL values instead of BMD values for determining human equivalent dose. And the rationale for the use of only BMDL5 and BMDL40 values that correspond to a benchmark response of either 5% or 40% was unclear. The 2012 EPA benchmark dose guidance document states that for quantal data, an extra risk of 10% is the BMDR for standard reporting. Further, BMD5 is considered biologically relevant for nested data, which may be available for developmental endpoints such as reproductive tract malformations. The guidance also says that for continuous data, the preferred approach is to define a BMR based on the level of change in the endpoint at which the endpoint is considered to become biologically significant. There is limited discussion in this report as to why the BMDL5 was chosen over the BMDL40, despite a biological reasoning being provided for why the initial nascent meta-regression conducted the analysis with a benchmark response of 40%, and that's in the legend of table 4-1, but not in the text. The BMD guidance also does recommend that if values other than BMD10 are used in the hazard assessment, the BMD10 numbers for the selected endpoint should be given in the document for comparison. A second concern identified by the discussants related to the inclusion or exclusion of data in the NASEM benchmark dose analysis, because the inclusion and exclusion decisions are reproduced here by default. It is unclear if EPA conducted a literature search that resulted in identification of any relevant DINP studies other than acute developmental studies, and there's a lack of clarity about the justification of exclusion of studies. So specifically, the 2017 NASEM analysis reports that 4 DINP studies were considered. However, only 2, Boberg et al. 2011 and Hannes et al. 2011 were included in the analysis. EPA states that they have high confidence in the NASEM meta-analysis because it considers data from multiple sources, but it appears that only 2 studies were actually used in the meta-regression analysis. EPA, there's also a written discrepancy about which 2 studies were included, and we can detail that in our written report. EPA also mentions one acceptable study, Kluwel et al. 2013, that was not included in the NASEM 2017 study. There was discussion of the justification for excluding single dose studies, which would be reasonable if each study was being considered in isolation to identify NOEL or LOEL values, but it seems that data points contained in the single dose studies could strengthen modeling estimates if a new meta-analysis was performed. And finally, there may be new studies available that would strengthen a new analysis. So the discussants noted that there were 2 recent publications from Earl Gray and colleagues, which have been mentioned, which could be included in a new analysis. A third and related concern that was raised was the lack of consideration of human epidemiological studies in the DINP dose response assessment. So this is listed separately here because there's potentially an entire category of studies not being evaluated. And we will cite available human epidemiology studies as we are able in our written report, but not including available epidemiologic data in the analysis introduces uncertainty about the dose response analysis. So to summarize those 3 related concerns, the discussants suggested that EPA may want to consider conducting a new benchmark dose modeling analysis, which compares multiple endpoints, including variables for which nested data is available, and that EPA should clearly state its rationale for selection of the benchmark response and the use of BMD or BMDL to generate a point of departure, as both choices could lead to over or underestimation of risk. A final concern that was raised by several of the discussants was that the report derives a human equivalent dose for DINP as a single chemical. As the report states, reduction of fetal testicular testosterone production in the rat model following developmental exposure to phthalates is similar across phthalates with differing potency, but similar mode of action. Because phthalates co-occur and inhibition of androgen production is a mode of action that is relevant for many other phthalates as well. Several discussants stated that driving a human equivalent dose for a single chemical would not be consistent with recommendations of the SAC's review of the draft proposed principles of cumulative risk assessment under TSCA and draft proposed approach for a cumulative risk assessment of high priority phthalates and a manufacturer requested phthalate in 2023. Given efforts within EPA to conduct cumulative risk assessments for multiple phthalates, those discussants are concerned that reaching a conclusion on an HED without the cumulative assessments would be incomplete, and hence the lack of consideration of mixtures and or interactions would lead to potential underestimation of risk. The reference submitted in public comment by Gray et al. 2024 supports the argument that DINP and DBP, have dose additive effects on testosterone-driven endpoints, which would justify including DINP in the planned CRA. So that concludes our comments on DINP charge question 2A. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Spade. Now we can go to our associate discussants, Dr. Heiger-Bernays.
I have no additional comments. Thank you, Dr. Spade. That was great.
Dr. Jenkins.
I don't have any additional comments. Great job. Thank you.
Dr. Merced Nieves.
Thank you, Dr. Spade. You've included all of my comments.
And Dr. Prisbilla.
No additional comments in that great comprehensive review. Thank you.
Well, and thank you to Dr. Spade and to all of the discussants there. That was, I know you worked hard to get that pulled together, and I appreciate it. Let's go to EPA, excuse me, let's go to the other committee members to see if there are additional comments. Dr. Fenner-Crisp.
I have comments on two of the areas that were discussed here. I'll start with the one about the cumulative assessments being considered when you're deriving an HED. First of all, I would say one cannot do a cumulative risk assessment without having HEDs, but I believe it is premature to consider cumulative assessment at this point in the review process. Individual risk evaluations for each of the chemicals, which will characterize risk from their respective conditions of use, must be done first. In order to be most useful in the cumulative assessment process, those risk evaluations must be quote unquote clean, in my view. That is focused only on the single chemical that's the subject of an individual risk evaluation. This is necessary so that the chemical-specific relative potency factors can be derived, and each chemical's proportional contribution to a cumulative assessment, of which there will probably be many, can be determined so that the agency can identify appropriate risk management measures that may need to be taken to ensure that the group as a whole does not pose an unreasonable risk. Mixing cumulative factors into the derivation of a POD or HED will make these actions difficult, if not impossible, and inappropriately skewed. I also have a comment to make, which didn't come up so much here, but was in some of the earlier discussions about the 3x uncertainty factor that remained after applying the body weight calculation to the original data set. One can't now know for sure whether or not the remaining 3x, or even the one that was set aside, results in an over or underestimate of risk in the actual species differences. So I'm offering the suggestion that the agency may wish to consider refining that value by making use of a recently developed DINP PBK model, and I've got the, that's Campbell 2020. In the pregnant rat and human, that may help to refine that 3x that was substituted for with the 3/4 body weight thing. And I have some more quotes in here, citations in here that would show that it would be consistent with one of the other EPA policy documents on the data-derived adjustment factors. I have the citation for that as well. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Dr. Fenner-Crisp. And please send those comments to Dr. Spade. That'd be very helpful. Are there other comments from the committee? Dr. Ike.
Hi, I just wanted to quickly add on the issue of cumulative effects. I just really wanted to underscore the point that the lead discussion made, that I really think that in this situation, it's critical that we consider cumulative effects, considering that there's a lot of EPI studies, including studies in NHANES, that show that exposure to DINP co-occurs with DEHP. in DIDP, and also, again, studies in NHANES that are representative of the US that show that DINP is associated with a reduction in testosterone. So I would just like to add that I'll send those references over so that they're included in the response, and just really underscore the point that's been made that cumulative effects are critical. Thanks.
I agree with the critical nature of those cumulative effects. I think in this case, the agency may be constrained by what is being evaluated in this assessment, but the cumulative effects are being evaluated separately, if you will. And maybe the EPA can explain that a bit more once we get through our comments. Let's see, are there other comments from the committee? If not, let's go back to EPA and see if there are comments or clarifying questions.
Tony, I'll take this one. I'll get it started and you can add in if you want. So to respond to the question that you just, Anna Lowett, Senior Science Advisor, that you just posed, Dr. Cobb, Penny, Dr. Fennercrisp's explanation of the stepwise process to develop a cumulative assessment is accurate. That the way that we are doing this and what's necessary for the risk management process is to do each one first individually. And then stepwise do each one and then do the cumulative using relative potency factors and take those relative potency factors and do potency factor adjusted exposures, looking at co-occurrence. So her explanation of the stepwise process is the way that we are working through it. And so this panel will continue to see a few more individual assessments that looks at each one by itself, both the hazard and the exposure. And then the cumulative will be its own entity.
Excellent explanation. Thank you. Are there other questions or comments from the agency?
This is Tony Lowe's with EPA. Thanks, Dr. Lowett, for that explanation. I don't have anything to add on to that.
All right. Well, I want to ask a question of Dr. Heiger-Bernays. Do you think we can get through the next charge question before the top of the hour?
I think we can, but there may be additional comments that we haven't heard. So let's try.
Okay.
If we don't, we take a break.
Okay. Well, I think we can. Dr. Lewis, if you can read in charge question 2B. There's a page break here that has your name at the top of what I'm reading. So it looked like it was 2A for me. Thank you.
Hey, this is Tony with EPA. I'm reading in charge question 2B for DINP. In section 4.1.3 of the draft non-cancer human health hazard assessment for DINP, EPA has preliminarily selected the HED of 3.5 milligram per kilogram per day, which is a NOAEL of 15 milligrams per kilogram per day, based on a spectrum of liver effects, including incidence of spongiosis hepatis, increased liver weight, and serum chemistry for assessing risks from chronic duration exposure to DINP. This NOAEL has been selected by other regulatory agencies, e.g. US CPSC, Health Canada, EFSA, ECA, to characterize non-cancer risks associated with exposure to DINP. Please comment on the strengths and uncertainties in the selected chronic HED, including its appropriateness for this duration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So for this question, we first summarize the EPA approach, which is determine the chronic duration non-cancer POD based on a NOAEL of 15 mg per kg per day with the critical effect of the liver toxicity, in other words, increased relative liver weight increased serum chemistry, AST, ALT, ALP, histopathologic findings, focal necrosis, spongiosis hepatis in F34 rats following 2 years of dietary exposure to DINP. No data were available for the dermal or inhalation routes that were suitable for deriving route-specific PODs. Therefore, EPA used the acute, intermediate, and chronic oral PODs to evaluate risks from dermal exposure to DINP. For the inhalation route, EPA extrapolated the oral HED to an inhalation human equivalent concentration using a human body weight and breathing rate relevant to a continuous exposure of an individual at rest. Adverse non-cancer effects on the liver were primarily observed in rats and mice of both sexes, although there was also evidence of hepatotoxicity from one study in beagles. 2 studies in non-human primates with dose ranges comparable to those in the rodent and beagle studies did not provide evidence of non-cancer or pre-neoplastic effects on the liver following 14 and 90-day oral exposures to DINP. EPA states, quote, in general, short-term, 9 of the 12 studies, and subchronic duration studies, 9 of 9, consistently reported increases in absolute and/or relative liver weight, sometimes in parallel with exposure-related histopathological effects on the liver, as mentioned earlier. EPA states that no human epidemiologic studies evaluating hepatic effects were identified in its review of existing assessments, primarily Health Canada 2018A. So the strengths of the selected chronic exposure HED of 3.5 mg per kg per day of DINP, where the NOEL of 15 mg per kg per day are that 1, there were several adverse liver outcomes in a high-quality 2-year dietary study. 2, many additional chronic exposure studies observed similar adverse liver effects, although they had higher NOELs. And 3, several authoritative and regulatory agencies in the US and around the world selected the same point of departure of 15 mg per day, the NOEL, based on liver outcomes in experimental rodent models. EPA reviewed 12 studies to determine the chronic POD and determine an HED for a spectrum of liver effects. Furthermore, the acute exposure HED of 12 mg per kg per day of DINP based on the NOEL for decreases in fetal testicular testosterone production occurred at slightly higher doses than the HED for adverse liver effects, and it reinforced the ability of DINP to induce adverse health outcomes in mammals, the experimental rat model. The chronic exposure duration is an appropriate exposure to consider because it demonstrated consistency with the acute exposure duration of 12 mg per kg per day for decreased fetal testicular testosterone production. Uncertainties. EPA considered new studies published since Health Canada's assessment. However, no studies were identified that fall within this date range, 2018, fall within within this date range and evaluated liver injury for DINP and/or its metabolites. The lack of human relevance of the spongiosis hepatis is a concern, but concomitant change in liver injury markers somewhat reduces that uncertainty. The use of liver endpoints for this purpose is also substantiated using sufficient data. Of note, the study in beagles also showed some liver toxicity, but have a slightly higher NOEL. The agency did not use several studies in dog and rats due to either limited sample size or lack of GLP while performing the studies, which seems appropriate. EPA chose the Lingdon et al. Developmental toxicity study NOEL as the POD because it was more sensitive, lower than all other candidate NOELs and LOELs, as shown in Table 4, but neglects to determine benchmark doses for all the candidate studies, allowing the identification of endpoints and doses. This is particularly important for developmental effects for which inference about potential modes of action cannot be gleaned from the 2-gen GLP studies conducted before understanding of endocrine disruption and potential effects on developing systems The rodent studies that form the basis for the selected NOEL-based POD are 1, insensitive compared with more recent in vivo studies, or even the use of NAMs where endocrine systems are targets, and 2, lack concordance with the epidemiologic studies regarding endpoints, including PPAR alpha mediated induction of human relevant pathways. Health Canada stated, however, the relevance of the hepatic effects of phthalates observed in rodents is difficult to establish due to the species-specific differences in the PPAR response, rodents being significantly more sensitive than humans, at least for the PPAR-mediated induction of peroxisome proliferation. EPA did not give an explanation as to why the toxicokinetics would be similar via oral inhalation and dermal routes, and if this extrapolation is appropriate. EPA states that differences in absorption will be accounted for in dermal exposure studies, dermal exposure estimates in the draft risk evaluation for DINP, however, specifics are not provided. Several recent human epidemiology studies of DINP non-cancer effects, including developmental effects, were excluded from the dose response assessment. These studies were excluded because of uncertainty about exposure. However, the studies focused on measurement of urinary biomarkers of phthalates, including metabolites of DINP. While there are technical issues when using urinary biomarkers for determination of exposure, this is a common approach, and it is the gold standard for phthalates to understand the association between the chemicals and outcomes relevant in people. EPA individually assessed the merits of 53 epidemiology studies of DINP published from 2018 to 2021, applying a pre-specified set of study quality domains and metrics that closely mirrors the approach used by EPA's IRIS program, which has been favorably reviewed by NASEM. EPA's overall quality determination was medium or high for 46 of these epidemiology studies. Each study was individually assessed for its exposure, measurement methods, and treatment of potential confounding. EPA has not, in another comment, EPA has not released the systematic review protocol used for DINP, and so the SAC is unable to review its approach or findings. Our summaries recommendations. Overall, the available data support the agency's selection of NOEL and HED. The fact that several other regulatory studies have similar chronic PODs is reassuring to some respondents. Respondents agree that EPA should consider the fetal testicular testosterone production as the most sensitive effects based on the evidence from the animal studies. However, EPA should use all available dose range studies from which BMD-based points of departure should be developed compared with each other in order to select the lowest BMD-based POD as the basis for the derivation of the human equivalent dose. EPA should provide an explanation as to why the toxicokinetics would be similar by oral inhalation and dermal routes, and if this extrapolation is appropriate. EPA should provide documentation of its approach used for root-to-root extrapolation in the absence of dermal and inhalation data, and should release the systematic review protocol for DINP. EPA has disqualified epidemiology studies in a manner inconsistent with its own pre-specified procedures, and EPA's own overall quality determinations indicate that these studies are suitable for use. EPA should include these studies in its justification of studies potentially suitable for informing a POD. Alternatively, EPA could justify why these studies are not relevant. And lastly, EPA should apply benchmark dose modeling to derive chronic non-cancer points of departure and select the one that is most sensitive, lowest. And I have a series of editorial comments that I will provide in writing. That's what I got.
Thank you. Thank you for that thorough summary. And now we can turn to the associate discussants and Dr. Shuma Goodyear. Is Dr. Shimon Goodyear there? If not, Dr. David.
I wonder if
I
that's
think you
the
have
right list of
Yeah.
discussants. It's Dr. Howdeshell and Dr. Graham.
Oh, you know what?
Dr.
I'm sorry.
Apte.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
the discussants are below the question, Dr. Cobb.
No, we've got multiple 2As and 2Bs.
It's okay.
Okay, let's try again. So I think Dr. Apte is the first person up.
Right. No, my comments were all captured in there. Thank you so much.
And Dr. Baker,
No further comments.
Dr. Graham,
Thank you, Dr. Hager-Bernays. You have included all of my comments.
and Dr. Howdeshell.
Thank you. No further comments.
Right. Well, let's go to the rest of the committee then. Are there comments from others on the committee? If not, we can go to EPA for any clarifying questions, comments.
Hey, this is Tony Lowe's with EPA. There's no clarifying questions or comments from us.
All right. Well, at this point, I think it is about time for a lunch break. Perhaps we can take a 1 hour lunch break and then reconvene. And at that point, we'll revisit and see if there's any further comments from the committee on the things we've discussed today. And then we'll move into charge question 2C, which will be led by Dr. Apte. So we will hopefully see everyone back in an hour.
Thanks for putting it on. It's only four. There's a little bar. Like 77 degrees. Not gonna make a difference.
All right, good. No, I put it 74.
Yeah, can I go 72?
72.
Somebody
It's
went off
77 degrees
mute.
right now. It's like it's 3 temperatures difference.
Somebody went off mute.
Cool, I make you aware of bed. Isn't that great? Testing 1, 2, 3.
So welcome back. And this is George Cobb, and we're in the Science Advisory Committee for Chemicals.
Do that mission. We
Somebody's
have our
not
own
on mute.
internal standards.
Somebody's
Of course,
not
we've got
on
standards.
mute. Thank you. And I'd like to see if there's anything from our DFO, Dr. Camel, before we proceed.
Everything is fine. You can proceed. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. So at this point, as we do after every lunch break and every break for the end of the day, I'd like to circle back and see if there are comments from committee members based on what was we went over in the morning. I know we had a couple of times to do that, but just procedurally, it's better to get this stuff out of the way now than later. So I think a couple of people mentioned things that they wanted to get aligned from the morning's discussions. So open it up for that.
Also take the roll if you would like.
Okay, I'll do that first. I'm going to take the roll, but get your questions, additional comments ready. Thank you, Alad. Juggling too many things over here today. So I should have known when Dr. Afdi's image came up that that was my cue to take the roll. But you're the next lead as well. So I got confused.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
It's a good coincidence.
Yeah, I have always been the first on the roll whole life. So just being apte A, that's how it works.
So I don't have to call your name now. Dr. Baker.
Here.
Dr. Chasen.
Here.
Dr. Ike.
Here.
Dr. Gentry.
Here.
Dr. Graham.
I'm here.
Dr. Heiger Bernays.
Here.
I think I left out Ms. Jenkins.
I'm here. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going too fast through the roll now. Dr. Lee. Okay. Dr. Merced Nieves.
Here.
Dr. Ottinger.
Here.
Dr. Prisbilla.
Here.
Dr. Rife. Okay. Dr. David.
Here.
Dr. Fanning.
Here.
Dr. Fenner Chris.
Here.
Dr. Hadashill.
Here.
Dr. Martinez.
I'm here.
I'm
here.
Thank you. And Dr. Schumann Goodyear.
Here.
Dr. Spade.
Yep.
And Dr. Wolf's not here today. Okay, so thank you for that. And Ala, thank you for keeping me on track here. Let's go back to additional comments from this morning. I think there were a couple from 2B that I saw that needed to be clarified. So let's see, Dr. Martinez?
Hi, yes, I had a couple of comments, but one of them was covered previously. But my other comment was based on the HED of 3.5 based on the Noel of 15. And they did it based on the LinkedIn and biodynamics studies. But I'm wondering, because there's also the other high quality study of Cobance Labs. So since they're, both high quality studies and they both have the same effects of the liver and kidney with the increased organ weights and the histopathology, should they maybe not consider using the highest NOEL that's below the lowest LOEL? And that's just a practice I use sometimes when they have the same type of effects and there's two studies. But along the same line, I'm wondering if I really like that flow chart that they had for the TRV and specifically identifying how they choose their endpoints, and if there is any possible, if they could put that into the human health risk assessment, that would be really great. But that was my comment.
So thank you for the comment, and please make sure that Dr. Rife gets those comments. I think he has them, but just make sure. And on the flow chart, are you saying, you're not saying the same flow chart? You're meaning a similar flow chart that would give that kind of information for the human?
Yeah, Yes, a similar. That would be really helpful, I think, and for all of the endpoints that they use for the human health.
Okay. And Dr. Go ahead, Wendy.
It's Wendy Hagerman. Dr. Martinez, is that for 2B or for DINP 2B or for something else?
Yes, it was for the DINP 2B.
Okay, thank you. And you've already sent that, I think, to me.
I
and if
did. I
not-
sent you an email, and I know I sent it a little bit late, but I did send it to you recently. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Dr. Schumann Goodyear.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. Yes, we had some back and forth during lunch about updating a comment from charge question 2B for DIDP. So I'll just read into the public record the updates so that they're reflected. And this was the charge question related to the use of DINP as an analog for DIDP with regard to the soil invertebrate study. So the comment is, did EPA consider read-across data from DINP or other analogs to inform data gaps for the other species in the environmental assessment that lacked empirical data? While using DINP as an analog for DIDP may not be justified for vertebrates based on the potential differences in mode of action that are well discussed in the DINP evaluation, it could be useful for the agency to inform data gaps related to terrestrial plants, aquatic invertebrates, or algae for DIDP. Alternatively, if this has already been done, EPA could consider adding a description of why the analog data was not used to fill out those hazard profiles for the additional species. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And was that what all of the discussants there had put together?
This was
at least sent in.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Cobb. This was a specific comment that was addressed, that was stated by Dr. Reif into charge question 2B, and it reflects some updated language.
Okay, thank you. And I see Dr. Haudeshell is there.
Yeah, I was just going to confirm, this is Kimber Haudeshell, that is accurate.
All right, great. So a lot of, as about this charge question, after asking for comments over and over again, there was one of mine that got left out that there were actually two of mine that got left out. The first one was, and the EPA acknowledges that one of the studies, it's referenced as ExxonMobil, was done at nominal concentrations. However, if you look at that document, there's no indication of any type of purity or how those nominal concentrations were measured. The quality of information that describes the dose in that experiment is woefully inadequate. And I've done those kinds of studies before. I know the difficulties there, but basically it says we did these at nominal concentrations, and the purity of the compounds was reported by the producer, and that's all you know. And so that's suspect for something that's deemed high quality. And then the other option, the other item, not option, the other item is with the bioaccumulation test, there are bioaccumulation data that could be used in evaluating some relative KOWs. There's a wide range of KOWs to maybe evaluate how those KOWs, those calculated KOWs are truthful or representative. Because we've got 2.5 orders of magnitude of difference in some places. So I think that would be a way to ground truth that the KOWs that are being used for bioaccumulation were correct. And other than that, I think Dr. Reif and the discussants did a great job on pulling that together. So circling back for final comments from the morning session. Dr. Howdeshell.
Yeah, I'm not noticing that David Reif is here. I'm wondering if, George, if you'd be willing to pass those comments along, or if perhaps you have already and they weren't read in. Great, thank you.
I may have gotten those to him too late to get incorporated, but anyway, those have been passed along. Okay, if there are no further comments, let's move to our charge questions, and next charge questions, and 2C is where we are, and we'll turn it back over. I believe it's Dr. Luz.
Hi, Dr. Cobb. This is Tony Luz with EPA. Before I read this charge question, I was wondering if I can ask a quick clarifying question.
Of course.
So in your previous response, Dr. Cobb, you had referenced a ExxonMobil study. We're not sure what precise study you're talking about. Was it the earthworm study? Did you have a HERE ID?
It was the earthworm study. And yeah, that's exactly it.
Okay. Thank you.
I've got the page numbers, and it's on page 613 to 614 of the environmental hazard.
Thank you.
I was trying not to read all that minutia into the record, but if it helps you, we'll read it in.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay, now I can read in DINP charge question 2C. In the draft cancer human health hazard assessment for DINP, EPA considered MNCL in section 3.2.2, kidney tumors in section 3.2.3, and liver tumors, section 4. EPA has preliminarily determined an alpha-2U globulin or alpha-2U globulin MOA for kidney tumors, and that there is too much scientific uncertainty associated with the incidences of MNCL observed in F344 rats to use quantitatively to estimate human risk from exposure to DINP. Therefore, EPA focused its MOA analysis and dose response analysis on liver tumors. Please comment on the strengths and uncertainties of EPA's decision to focus its cancer assessment on liver tumors. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for reading that in. And now we can turn to our lead discussant, to Dr. Apte.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. This is Udayan Apte. I'm going to read into the responses I've gotten. I'm going to start with the summary of 3 points and then give some details. Overall, so the agency's decision not to consider MNCL to drive quantitative risk assessment of cancer hazard is well supported by data. The agency has provided substantial evidence that the kidney tumors produced by DINP are due to alpha-2U globulin MOA and correctly classified them as not relevant to humans. Overall, the agency's decision to focus on liver tumors rather than other types of tumors for cancer risk evaluation is justified. The agency did a good job in describing the data and effects on liver tumors as the most appropriate endpoint for human decision. It is recommended that the data in table 3.3 should be treated the same way as in table 3.1 and 3.2, combining the neoplastic findings and comparing across the dose groups, thus comparing males 4, 7, 12, 9, and females 1, 1, 10, 9, etc. It is appropriate to combine hepatocellular neoplasms as they are continuum from typical hyperplasia throughout adenoma and carcinoma. These are older studies, and the term neoplastic nodule is no longer used. A reference has been included to kind of justify that. Wolf and Mann, TAP 2005. Changes in the terminology and interpretation can have an impact on a series of lesions, such as the histopathology of rodent liver tumors. Non-malignant masses that arise from proliferating initiated hepatocytes have been variously called neoplastic nodules, benign hepatomas, hepatomas, hepatocellular adenomas, and nodular hyperplasias. And so a common nomenclature has been put forth in this paper. About the mononuclear cell leukemia, also sometimes called as Fisher rat leukemia, is a finding in virtually 100% of Fisher 344 rats if they live long enough. Need to correlate with the lifespan of the rats, unique rat-specific tumors, and so it is one of the reasons that the Fisher 344 rats are no longer the primary rat species used by the NTP as because of its confounder in the bioassay interpretation. The agency's conclusion not to consider this rat-specific tumor for human risk assessment is scientifically correct decision. About the kidney tumors, there seems to be sufficient evidence that these renal tumors are associated with excess alpha-2 urinary globulin, which is a well-characterized rat-specific protein, and associated tumors and renal toxicity due to its accumulation in the kidney are not relevant to human health risks. There are some specific strengths and uncertainties pointed out. Acceptance, not using MNCL is widely accepted by other international agencies, which is summarized on pages 17 of 48. The report provides a good overview on the problem of high spontaneous MNCL in controls. Notably, only Fisher 344 rats, as stated before, were susceptible to MNCL. MNCL and kidney findings lack concordance. Leukemia, MNCL, and kidney tumors are only found in one species and or one sex of one species, where kidney tumors were only significantly induced in the male Fisher 344 rats. Plausibility, while biologically plausible, the hypothesized key event in the rodent liver tumor MOA, which is PPAR alpha, is unlikely to induce such tumors in humans because of significant quantitative toxicodynamic and biological differences in the responses. Thus, the rodent MOA is either not relevant or is unlikely to be relevant to humans, as per a reference provided here, Corton et al. 2013. Sensitivity. The most sensitive study endpoint to carry on to a dose response assessment is liver tumors, recognizing that the hypothesized MOA for rodents is at least quantitatively different from humans. By using the most sensitive apical endpoint, it is assumed these doses will not cause toxicity to humans. Cross-species tumor site concordance. Liver tumors are repeatable for DINP. They are found in both sexes and multiple strains and species. However, MNCL is, it is interesting that MNCL is also found in the liver. Some uncertainties that were pointed out. Relevance. Relevance to humans is questionable. No human epidemiological evidence identified. Pages 1137, page 42, line 1137, page 42. In the US EPA guidelines for carcinogen risk assessment 2005, there is a lack of guidance for evaluating human relevance. It has been pointed out that some immune-related cancers are not addressed, and the question we are asking is whether there was a specific search for them. This is because immune-related gene activation is seen in ToxCast with DINP. The inactivity of DINP in ToxCast data for nuclear receptors, including CAR, AHR, PPAR alpha, and PPAR gamma, and other assays of PXR with positive responses found in other in vitro studies, a comparison of the doses and experimental conditions used from other in vitro studies is warranted, where the ToxCast data compared with these studies. Dose response concordance for PPAR alpha MOA in rats. Male seems to be more sensitive to key event 1. However, the species difference should be included in table 4.2, 4.5-3, since there are species differences in tumor doses. And then there are some specific comments that are editorial. Further, other contributors to my charge question basically echo majority of the comments that I've said. The decision not to consider MNCL to derive quantitative estimates for cancer hazard is appropriate. While a statistically significant increase in incidence is noted in one study of Fisher 344 rats in kidney tumors, this increase is very small, 4 out of 50 animals, after a very high dose of exposure, 12,000 ppms, and thus the decision not to consider kidney tumors to derive quantitative risk assessment is appropriate. The incidence of liver tumors was the only tumor type that was observed to be significantly increased in multiple strains of rats, one strain of mice in both males and females following chronic exposure to high concentrations of DINP. To focus the mode of action and potential dose response analysis on these tumors is appropriate. However, there is uncertainty in relying upon this endpoint to extrapolate to humans. EPA provides evidence from multiple studies to support that these liver tumors in rodents could occur through a PPAR alpha mode of action. This suggests a mode of action in rodents that has been evaluated in multiple assessment, beginning with Clonig et al. In 2003, and then most recently by Cotton et al. In 2018, which is cited in the document. While this mode of action for liver tumors in rodents is biologically plausible, it has been determined that in multiple assessments by multiple authoritative bodies cited by EPA, including NICNAS, USCPSC, ECA, and Health Canada, they lack human relevance. In evaluations of DINP, no quantitative evaluation of these liver tumors were conducted to assess the potential for carcinogenicity to humans. EPA suggests that there is a reduced confidence in the proposed PPAR alpha mode of action for liver tumors because there is not enough evidence for every key event. However, evidence for every molecular event is not needed or not necessary to build a mode of action, and described in the available evidence as strong. Therefore, to conclude that this mode of action for liver tumors lacks human relevance would be appropriate and consistent with the conclusions of multiple authoritative bodies cited by EPA. We have several references included. Further, EPA's determination that there is too much uncertainty associated with associated with alpha-2 globulin MOA for kidney tumors to estimate human risk for exposure to DINP is appropriate. There is the uncertainty surrounding the MOA for cancer for liver are concerning, most notably conclusions from two panels, Felter et al. 2018 and Cotton 2014, conclusions that PPAR alpha MOA is not human relevant. Additionally, EPA mentions that the POD from the non-cancer health hazard assessment is protective of concern, given that this is lower than the suspected key event 1 in the MOA for liver cancer. However, no PPAR alpha activation was observed in monkeys exposed to DINP at higher doses than some of the activation concentrations in rodent studies. So by doing so, EPA does not make a clear conclusion about the cancer-causing potential of DINP. So it is not clear if non-cancer POD changes either through recommendations by the committee or other avenues and become higher than the key event 1 estimated activation concentrations. How the cancer assessment will proceed from this point onwards. Further, there are other comments that are mostly editorial. There are a few citations that we are providing, including there is a workshop that was conducted by NTP to demonstrate that Fisher 344 rats and B63C3F1 mice are probably not a good species, and that has been provided. And overall, we think that the agency's decision to focus on liver tumors rather than other types of tumors for cancer risk evaluation is justified. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for getting the comments compiled and together for the research, for the discussants. And so now we can turn to our associate discussants, and we'll start with Dr. Prisbilla.
No further comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Gentry.
No further comments. Thank you.
Dr. Martinez.
Hi, no further comments from me either.
And Dr. Wolf is not with us today. Let's see about comments from other committee members. I see Dr. Graham's hand is up.
Yes, I just want to comment, and I find it interesting that the committee agrees that it was good that EPA focused on the liver tumors when most of their comments were explaining how it's not relevant to humans. So I don't know. I question that. If it's not relevant to humans, why would that be appropriate to use as the MOA?
That's a good question, and I'll have to turn it to Dr. Opti and the discussants.
So the question is that what they have done is based on the data they had available. And looking at that, the kidney tumors, MNCL, they clearly are not related. I mean, those were not relevant as well. The only data I think that this process was driven by was the clear connection between liver tumors and the dose. And the MOA happens to be PPAR alpha, which most people consider to be not relevant. However, there are agencies other than this that still are not completely convinced. So with the given amount of data and availability, we thought most of the members seem to think that it is what they could do, as good as they could get, is my interpretation of what we're saying. Does that make sense?
Yes, but if we have a committee vote, I would vote against that. So I know I wasn't in the group though. So thank you for your explanation.
Could you provide a specific recommendation?
Sorry?
What could you provide, like a specific recommendation?
I may, and I'll send that to you.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Graham. And that's a good point. And I had a similar thought, but this is not right in my expertise, so I didn't want to jump in. So thank you for asking that question. Dr. Finner-Crisp.
I think I might be able to clarify why they did go forward and suggest that they needed to do the MOA analysis is to actually determine if that might be since there's some uncertainty about it, and there might have been uncertainty about whether or not this was the mode of action for DINP. They had to go through the analysis to show whether or not it fit this paradigm or whether or not there was an alternative explanation for it. So whether or not it turned out to be relevant is irrelevant in the sense that they had to go through, it seemed appropriate to go through the exercise to reach and confirm a conclusion if possible.
Thank you. That makes total sense. So other comments from the committee? Dr. Gentry.
I think I would just add to what Dr. Finner-Crisp just said is, we agreed to move down that path, that EPA should go down that path like they did. But I think part of the conclusions of the committee too was also that once they went down that path, we agreed that no quantitative evaluation should be conducted because of the lack of human relevance. So that was part of the conclusions as well.
Right.
That's well put.
Yeah, and that may help answer Dr. Graham's question.
Yes, thank you.
And I think our discussions of the next two questions may also provide some perspective for her and how, and I encourage her to weigh in as we talk about the two.
Great. This is good conversation. I'm glad we're having this. So are there other comments from the committee? If not, we'll go to the agency to see if you have questions about our response. I see
Dr.
two
Cobb.
people. I see Dr. Luz and Dr. Lowett.
Anna, you wanna start, Anna?
Did you have a question?
No, I didn't. I was going to just say I didn't have any questions. I'll let you jump in.
Okay, I just, well, first, if there are dissenting views, like if Dr. Graham has a dissenting view and she disagrees, it would be important to make sure that gets on the record. If her comment is more a clarification, that's different. But I was actually wondering if the confusion, because I was also a little bit confused, comes in that maybe some of the human relevance belongs in 2E, that our questions have attempted to be stepwise, that the first step in the analysis, as Dr. Finnichrist explained, is just to look at those tumors and decide which ones to do more analysis on, and that's the intent of the one that we just went through, and that maybe some of the other sort of belong somewhere else. It might help with the confusion, but it's not my report. You do what you want. It's just, I think it might help.
Well, obviously, the human relevance will be discussed in the other two questions.
I've been in communication with Dr. Finnichrist about that, so we'll have some more response.
No, that's fine. I think you answered my questions. I'm sorry, I wasn't involved in those. And therefore my question. Thank you.
So, hey, and don't apologize for getting things clarified. This is the time to do it. So
Yeah, just hang on to it for a minute.
Yeah, that's what we're all supposed to do. Okay, so now I guess we can turn it back over to EPA for our next charge.
This is Tony Luz with EPA. I'll now read DINP charge question 2D. In the draft cancer human health hazard assessment for DINP, EPA preliminarily concluded that the weight of scientific evidence supports a peroxisome proliferator activated receptor alpha, or PPAR alpha, MOA, for liver tumors in rats and mice, in section 4.1. Please comment on the strengths and uncertainties of EPA's preliminary conclusion. In your response, please include discussion of the strengths and uncertainties of available data supporting key events in the PPAR alpha MOA and the scientific rationale for a threshold approach for cancer dose response. Thank you.
You're muted.
Thank you for that, Dr. Luz. Our lead discussant for this is Dr. Finnichrist, and we'll turn it over to her now.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Cobb. As an introduction, I'd like to say that I hope I've captured the salient comments that the associates have provided in the past, and if not, I would hope they would make comment on it following the presentation, and if there are any, would they please forward them to me in writing so I can add them to our report. Thanks for both questions. Okay, let's answer this first one. Section 4 is a well-written section, clear and straightforward in a manner consistent with the principles articulated in the WHO IPCS Mode of Action Human Relevance Framework, got a citation for that, and EPA's guidelines for carcinogen risk assessment. It is an exceptional example of how this type of analysis should be conducted by the agency. It is very well done. Nonetheless, of course, it could be strengthened by referencing the extensive database on examining the ability of PPAR alpha agonists to produce liver tumors in rodents and other species in a specific, predictable way, rather than depending only upon DINP specific information. Extensive literature on this mode of action pursuant to other chemicals that bind to and activate PPAR alpha including other closely related phthalates, would be very useful in filling some of the data gaps for some of the key events where there are less or no DINP specific data at this time. On that latter point, if you recall, one of the public commenters provided a number of references claiming that they could provide
Well, it looks like Dr. Finner-Crisp has frozen. Is there anything on the technical side that we can do?
Am I still frozen?
You're not frozen now.
Okay, where did I get frozen?
I would say 30 seconds ago. I don't remember the exact words you were saying.
You were saying a public commenter provided a number of references.
Okay, I'll start there. Okay. Said on the latter point, one of the public commenters provided a number of references claiming that they could provide information that would fill in those data gaps. Hopefully that will be the case and the agency can resolve any remaining uncertainties they may have about whether or not DINP produces the liver tumors by this mode of action. In any case, the existing extensive body of literature collectively describes and integrates postulated key events into a well-characterized downstream outcomes of binding to the PPAR-alpha receptor, excuse me, resulting in liver tumors in rodents. Carton et al. 2018 does a particularly nice job of summarizing the current knowledge about this MOA, including figures which incorporate confirmation of the key events and modulating factors involved, the order in which the key events and the order in which they occur, supported by data on chemicals representing more than one class. Included below is the figure from the publication which visually presents the occurrence of key events in the PPAR mode of action. So if you put up the slide, please. Let me know when it's up. It's up, okay. One will notice that collectively the entire mode of action pathway is filled in. If the table were updated today, more chemicals would be added, for example, permethrin, and possibly some other phthalates, and probably some other PFAS. The figure does include data from some phthalates other than DINP, and as the remaining 5 phthalate risk evaluations are drafted, additional phthalate chemicals may be added to this figure. Other phthalates not on the TSCA priority list at this time may also meet the criteria for inclusion in an MOA analysis, if an MOA analysis were conducted for these observed to induce rodent liver tumors. In the meantime, to address lingering uncertainties that the agency may have now about DINP acting via this pathway, it is incumbent upon it to exercise its historical practices of employing the tools used in the new chemicals program, such as SAR, QSAR, and read across to fill in the DINP key event gaps currently devoid of adequate empirical data. For example, the figure shows that there are relevant data related to KE2 for 2 other phthalates, DEP and DBT. Additional candidates for read across include the other examples in the figure, as well as the other 5 TSCA priority phthalates for which the risk assessments evaluations are being drafted currently, along with those that are on the list in the NAS 2008 phthalate report and the NASEM 2017 report. There are 8 or 9 more added that don't include the 7 priority ones that are being evaluated now. Even though these phthalates we're evaluating those 2 reports with a focus on their effects on male reproduction, These chemicals do have other adverse effects associated with their toxicity profiles, which may include the liver tumors. Applying read-across information from other PPAR agonists is relevant to KE4, clonal expansion, as well. Furthermore, KE4 is obligatory in the pathogenesis of liver tumorigenesis in rodents, no matter the mode of action. The population model, as described in Wolf et al. 2019, illustrates how this occurs from the initial burst of mitogenesis to a new larger population of hepatocytes, resulting in a greater population at risk of developing a neoplastic response. With regard to the strengths and weaknesses related to the agency's preliminary conclusion that DINP induces liver tumors via this mode of action, there's little doubt that this mode of action is the operative one based upon the DINP specific data and those for related and other chemicals as summarized in Corton et al. 2018. Did I freeze again?
No, you're fine.
Okay, I got a message on the screen that suggested I was. This conclusion will only be strengthened further when the agency more carefully reviews the Corton et al. 2018 study and performs the read-across exercise. As for the potential uncertainties articulated by EPA in this DINP cancer hazard assessment, more will be resolved after doing the aforementioned work. EPA states on page 29, lines 817 to 20, quote unquote, quote, overall, there is some evidence to support dose response concordance for KE1, KE3, and the adverse outcome. However, no DINP specific data are available for KE2 or 4 or apoptosis at the moment in the rat hepatocytes, which prevents a complete analysis of the dose response concordance across all the KEs in the postulated mode of action, unquote. We believe this is an unsupportable statement in the first instance because it is not necessary to illustrate all key events in a well-established mode of action, so long as the molecular initiating event, in this case, the receptor activation, and some of them are qualitatively and quantitatively addressed, which they are in this case. Using data from similar compounds that have the same biological effects also support this mode of action conclusion for the reasons presented in the paragraphs above. Some additional work on the agency's part, as recommended, will hopefully resolve this concern to their satisfaction. On page 32, pardon me, lines 888 to 890, I think it is, the agency states, quote, in contrast, other studies have demonstrated that PPAR alpha activation, key event 1, and cellular proliferation, KE3, occur at lower doses in male mice compared with females. Its site is in here. This apparent inconsistency cannot be explained, close quote. This discrepancy is identified by EPA as an area of uncertainty. Quite frankly, we believe this is not a very valid area of uncertainty in this context. It is, in fact, irrelevant. This does not impact the characterization of the mode of action, any dose response characterization, or determination of the appropriate descriptor for prediction of human cancer potential. In the latter case, gender discrepancy would matter only if one sex experienced a significant increase in incidence of a specific tumor and the other one did not. The scientific rationale that the PPAR activation MOA is a threshold phenomenon is supported by available science. Section 2 summarizes a series of 20 studies that evaluated genotoxicity potential in a variety of systems. All of the studies were carried out in vitro systems except the in vivo micronucleus studies in mice. The only positive result was observed in one of 9 available in vitro transformation assays in BALB-C3TC A31 mouse cells in the absence of metabolic activation. I've got the citation for that. The agency concluded that the weight of scientific evidence indicates that DINP is not likely to be genotoxic or mutagenic, a conclusion with which we agree. This conclusion, coupled with the observation that other nuclear receptor mediated modes of action like CAR, PXR, and etc., are generally observed to be threshold phenomena, supports the conclusion that this mode of action is also. On pages 32, the agency states, quote, in contrast, other studies have demonstrated that activation cellular, sorry, that's a repeat. I guess that's it. About to repeat something that I've already said. So that's it for now.
All right, thank you for that comprehensive.
Oh, no, I do have some more. Sorry, I do have some more, if I may.
Okay, please.
As you might know, I have a little trouble seeing, so I'm a little bit slow to pick up on stuff. We have some recommendations. Section 4 would benefit from a more substantial discussion of species differences, structurally and functionally, in the PPA alpha nuclear receptor itself. Activation of it in rodents may lead to liver tumors via the described mode of action. Activation in humans does not, based upon the available epidemiology studies, which explore the relationship between exposure to these agonists and cancer outcomes. The reference I have here. While the ligand receptor binding kinetics are well documented for some chemicals, including phthalates, there is no robust discussion of work that shows species-specific differences in potency and efficacy of activation of the receptor, that mice respond differently if the mice express mouse PPA alpha versus human, which show that mice expressing human PPR, that background levels of hepatocarcinogenesis are higher in the mice than expressing the mouse PPA alpha. Additionally, a high affinity ligand does not induce carcinogenesis in mice expressing human PPAR alpha. The results demonstrate species differences in that mouse PPA alpha is required to induce carcinogenesis in response to ligand exposure in the rodents. So using human relevant rodent models continues to raise questions about how the evidence is used to conclude and justify a mode of action. I'm going to skip the rest of this. The second recommendation is that section 3.2 would benefit from the inclusion of additional human epidemiology studies which examine the relationship between exposure to any PPAR alpha agonist and cancer. Refer back to the Bonavis et al. Reference, and I have another one that I'll add to it. That's it. Now I am finished.
All right, thank you, and that was an important question, and a lot of associates there. So thank you for pulling that together. Let's hear from the other discussants. The first one is Dr. Ike.
Thanks for that great summary. I just had a few quick things to add. I would also recommend that in section 4, EPA consider the key characteristics of cancer, and I'll provide a reference for some of that, which really outlines, I think, how some of the epidemiologic evidence could be integrated in some of this. And I would also suggest that EPA review some of the well-designed EPI studies that look at DINP alone and in combination with other phthalates in relation to biologic pathways such as oxidative stress and inflammation that are related to PPAR alpha, that could also inform some of this dose response. And again, just highlighting the cumulative effects, which, I don't need to get into because that's been mentioned. Thank you.
I should mention that both oxidative stress and others were considered and are integrated into the MOE as modulating factors, so they haven't been ignored.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Ike. Dr. Heiger-Bernays?
Thank you, Dr. Fenner-Crisp, for capturing everything. There's one, I think the very end about the human relevant models should be part of the battery. And I'm not sure how it was stated, but I'll make sure in the written summary that it's important to use human relevant animal models for analysis.
Yeah, that was one of your comments that I took as is. So
Okay,
I would
well,
appreciate it if you would expand on it, because when we talked about it yesterday, and you weren't able to join us, we were a little bit confused about what you had meant.
Other questions at the same time, but yes, so using human relevant models is absolutely critical.
Thank you.
Dr. Prisbilla?
No further comments from me. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw Dr. Opti pop on the screen. Was there a comment?
No, I was just following up the discussion between Wendy and Dr. Fenner-Crisp, because we had some discussion back and forth about the human rights. So yeah, it's been documented now.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. To the rest of the committee, are there comments from others on the committee? Dr. David.
Just a comment about in the presentations, there seemed to be an emphasis on making sure that all of the key events for DINP were somehow supported by data. And I think that may be important in looking at downstream events. But quite honestly, I think that just demonstrating activation of the PPAR alpha receptor may be sufficient to show that the everything else should then fall in place. And the agency cites a study by Bility back in 2004, where they did look at binding to the PPAR alpha receptor from a mouse and from a human. And they showed that DINP was pretty good at activating the receptor. Now, the reason I point this out is because they looked at a variety of phthalates. One of them was butylbenzyl phthalate, which has also been tested for carcinogenesis. And the NTP found that it was not carcinogenic in Fisher 344 and B6 mice. So the fact that you have a link between activation of the receptor, powerful activation in the case of DEHP and DINP versus something like butylbenzyl phthalate, and tumors or the absence of tumors may be sufficient to make the link in terms of that mode of action.
Well, in my summary in our discussion, we did point out, and the agency has pointed out, they do have data to fill some of the gaps with respect to the key events. Two of them, and are missing either all or inadequate support for the other two.
But you know, in the IPC,
that's why we're suggesting to use other chemicals in the read across that might fill in. And if in fact, as the commenter offered the other day, we're bringing you newer studies that will fill in the data gaps that can satisfy that. And it was pointed out by Dr. Apte and again here that not yet, and yesterday when they talk about DIDP, it's not necessary to have every key event filled in to get from the beginning to the end.
Right.
If you have a well-characterized mode of action, standardized, which I think is pretty firm in this case.
All right, thank you for that discussion. Other comments from the committee? Right, if not, we'll go to EPA for any clarifying comments. I don't know if that's Dr. Loves or others.
Tony Laws here, EPA. I don't have any questions or clarifications at this time. Thank you.
Well, we can read in our final charge question 2E.
Okay, charge question 2E for DINP. As described in section 4.8 of the draft cancer human health hazard assessment for DINP, EPA has preliminarily concluded that DINP is not likely to be carcinogenic to humans at doses below levels that do not result in PPAR alpha activation, and that the non-cancer chronic POD based on liver toxicity will adequately account for all chronic toxicity, including carcinogenicity. Please comment on the strengths and uncertainties of this preliminary conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you for getting that into the record for us. And Dr. Fenner-Crisp is our lead discussant again.
Okay, our current response is that EPA's 2005 guidelines for cancer risk assessment included discussion of the weight of evidence narrative that is to be included in all cancer hazard assessments. In the March 2024 draft cancer human health hazard assessment for DINP, the relevant text can be found in section 4.8, weight of scientific evidence, cancer classification, and in section 4.9, human relevancy. The weight of evidence narrative is to be a short summary of the detailed analysis conducted for the agent under evaluation. That explains the agent's human carcinogenic potential and the conditions that characterize its expression. The guidelines go on to say, quote, the weight of the evidence should be presented as a narrative laying out the complexity of information that is essential to understanding the hazard and its dependence on the quality, quantity, and types of information available, as well as the circumstances of exposure or the traits of the exposed population that may be required for expression of cancer, unquote. The weight of evidence narrative also is to include a section on a selection of a descriptor that sums up the agency's conclusions about the agent's human carcinogenic potential. In this DINP draft human cancer assessment, EPA's preliminary conclusion is that the descriptor should be, quote, not likely to be carcinogenic at doses below levels that do not result in PPAR alpha activation, unquote. The section 4.8, weight of scientific evidence, that's a classification narrative, captures the relevant facts well. We agree with the portion of the agency's preliminary determination that the descriptor should be, quote, not likely to be carcinogenic to humans, but disagree with the inclusion of the phrase at doses below levels that do not result in PPAR activation. This infers that DINP is likely to be carcinogenic to humans at doses above the levels that do result in activation. This disagreement is based upon, in good measure, on the preponderance of the evidence that PPAR alpha activation in the human does not trigger the obligatory key events that would lead to the liver tumors as observed in rodents. In the EPA cancer guidelines section that expands upon this discussion of the not likely descriptor, it states that the descriptor is appropriate for agents for which there are, quote, convincing and extensive experimental evidence showing that the carcinogenic effects observed in animals are not relevant to humans, unquote. We believe that this applies to DINP because, one, The rat kidney tumors could be explained as occurring in accordance with the male rat-specific alpha-2 globulin MOA and thus are irrelevant to humans. The Fisher rat MNCL tumors were determined to be inappropriate for predicting human cancer potential. See discussion under DIDP, charge question 2B, and in DINP, charge question 2C. And 3, the liver tumors seen in rodents are not likely to be or are not relevant to humans for the reasons described above. Beginning with Clowney et al. In 2003, which proposed a mode of action for PPAR activation in rodents resulting in liver tumors as a case study, using the mode of action human relevance framework for the first time, followed by reviews, updates, and refinements by, for instance, Peters et al. 2012, got the reference, Corton et al. 2014, Felter et al. 2018, and Corton et al. 2018. There is a body of convincing and extensive experimental and epidemiological evidence that the PPAR activation MOA for liver tumors in rodents is not operative in humans. Therefore, humans are not responsive to the carcinogenic effects of activation. Thus, the observation of rodent liver tumors occurring following PPAR alpha activation is not relevant when evaluating DINP's human carcinogenic potential. The conclusion is further reinforced by the Bonavas et al. 2012. I have the reference citation can be found in the DINP charge question 2D, which describes a meta-analysis of 17 randomized control trials involving nearly 45,000 participants treated with drugs in the chemical class of fibrates, which are PPAR alpha activators that lower cholesterol and triglycerides and can help protect from heart disease, heart attack, and stroke. The follow-up period averaged 5.2 years. The authors observed that, quote, the quantitative synthesis of data revealed that the RCTs was not indicative of a fibrate effect on cancer incidence or cancer death. When the analysis was restricted to the major RCTs, the results did not substantially change. Similarly, we found no evidence of differential effects by length of follow-up or type of fibrate, unquote. The authors concluded that the fibrates have a neutral effect on cancer outcomes, which include those in the liver. Quote, in summary, fibrate drugs have been on the market since 1977 without an apparent increase in liver cancer in people taking them chronically, unquote. In conclusion, we recommend that it would be more appropriate to say that DINP is not likely to be carcinogenic in humans. Given that there is no reason to conduct any dose response assessments for any tumor-related key events endpoints as related to the rat kidney, MCLL, or liver, the POD-HED determined from the data representing relevant non-cancer endpoints of concern is the appropriate one to use going forward when calculating risk estimates and making unreasonable risk determinations. As an aside, we would recommend that the agency revive the risk assessment form and initiate a project to update the cancer guidelines. They're getting quite out of date from the post-2005 efforts to update the IPCS framework, the embedding of the IPCS framework into the OECD adverse outcome pathway process, and the efforts underway worldwide to make use of many in silico and in chemical predictive tools and models that are already available or under development as our test systems that generate empirical data but do more quickly, less expensively, and without wholesale dependency upon traditional whole animal models. The pressure is on EPA to follow this path as it is consistent with the 2016 TSCA mandate on vertebrate animal testing, the agency's new assessment methods strategy, and the widely held 3 R's philosophy of replacement, reduction, and refinement. Thank you.
Thank you for getting the assessment pulled together for the team. So now we can go to our other discussants. And somehow I've lost my list of charge questions. Here we are. Dr. Merced Nieves.
So maybe I missed it. I think a couple of respondents, we had made another comment about cumulative assessments to be included here. But I just also want to expand upon that since we've been having the conversation all day. I think it is clear that the agency has a tiered process to evaluate these chemicals and that it will be completed in the future. However, I think it's still accurate that the assessment of a single chemical at a time is not representative of true life exposures. As many have acknowledged, there are co-exposures with other phthalates and shared mechanisms, which does leave space for uncertainty and potential underestimation, making it a limitation of the current analysis. I, and maybe others, but I will speak for myself, have brought this up since we believe it's an important limitation just to acknowledge, not because we think it needs to be dealt with today. That's all.
I failed to mention that I was going to mention the topic and defer the discussion and refer to the discussion we had with a few minutes ago on 2A, because I think it rather than redo it twice. I think the discussion was covered, but there, and I'll put a sentence in there that refers people back to that, the 2A.
Yeah, a lot of times there's crosstalk between these questions.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep, I agree. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. And then Dr. Ike.
Thanks for that summary. I just had a few additional comments. So I would say that one of the statements that Dr. Fennerchrist just made was that we recommend that it would be more appropriate to say that DINP is not likely to be carcinogenic to humans. And I would say that I don't think that that necessarily reflects the full opinion of the committee, because myself and at least some others did think that we didn't really have the full information to make that sort of general conclusion in regards to some of the things that we've already talked about today that we don't need to get into. And I would also, again, just add here that I felt that there were some EPI studies that were missing, and I'll provide some references for those in the final report. Thank you.
Great.
Yeah, I would hope you would write out your comments you've just made, and appreciate the addition of other EPI studies. I did make the point that others should be considered, but I didn't have any at hand to plug in at the moment. So this would be good.
Dr. Gentry.
Thank you, Dr. Fennerchrist. I don't have any comments to add.
And Dr. Martinez.
Hi, I think she covered everything, and thank you very much. I'm good.
All right. Well, thank you. And thank you to the whole team. Now, do we have comments from the remainder of the committee? All right, seeing none, Dr. Apti.
Yeah, so I think I just want to echo one of the comments made here. I think there is a room for read across and cumulative assessment because of the true life exposure scenarios and data gaps in one versus data availability in others. And so I think that would be a solid recommendation for the agency, I would say.
I would also suggest that not be confined just to dealing with DINP, but across the board as the phthalate evaluations proceed. Where appropriate. We don't have access to them, so we don't know where specifically these tools might apply, but they could be useful across the board.
Yeah, and we have some latitude in the DIDP to again tie these concepts back to those questions that did deal specifically with broader concepts of cumulative risk.
Right.
Other comments from the committee? Okay, so let's go back to EPA to see if they're clarifying comments or clarifying questions, I should say. Dr. Lowick?
Yeah, my mute wouldn't go off. Hi, everyone. Thanks for all that conversation. I do just want to, if there is a dissenting view on the classification, make sure that that's represented, but also give a sense of the extent of that dissent. Is the majority opinion the one as read by Dr. Finnercrisp, and we have one or two or a small number of dissenters, or as opposed to the committee is split. I think that's an important distinction, and to be made in the report, if that's okay.
Yep, I'll make sure that's in there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other clarifying questions? If not, we're at the end. I want to circle back one last time for any final comments that committee members have. But we're nearing the end. Please, if you're on the committee, that means if I've been calling your name for roll these last few days, please do not leave the meeting until we have a couple of administrative items we need to take care of at the end about report writing. So let's go back and see if there are any final comments from the committee related to topics that we've covered during this multi-day meeting. I'm not seeing any, so perhaps we can begin to adjourn. I do want to make the point that there was some email exchange that there would be clarification about some of the questions and responses in the conversation that Dr. Chason and David and Ottinger had. There'll be some references related to that and some clarifications of that conversation in the minutes. So with that, I'd like to thank everyone for participating, to the EPA for all the hard work you've done, preparing this assessment, preparing these questions, to everyone on the committee and all the public commenters. Really want to express my gratitude. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Dr. Kamal to close us out.
Well, thank you, Dr. Cobb. So in closing, I'd like to thank everyone who contributed to this meeting. I'd like to first thank the Peer Review and Ethics Branch in EPA for preparing for this meeting, including the Branch Chief, Steve Knott, the Executive Secretary, Tanya Gibson, and the DFOs and Assistant Deputy Ethics Official, Dr. Charlene Metten and William Wogi, and also the DFO, Ali Munir. I would also like to thank Joyce Coates and Barbara Ewell from the administrative staff, and also thanks to the contractor and Dinah for their help in the Zoom meeting preparation and the YouTube webcasting. Thank you, Dr. Cobb, for leading the meeting and going through all the agenda items, and for following FACA requirements. Thank you to the SAC committee members and the ad hoc reviewers for their input and participation in this meeting. Thanks are also due to the OPPT team for presenting the draft documents and responding to the committee questions. Thank you to the public for listening or for presenting oral comments. We ask the committee members to stay, as Dr. Cobb indicated, in this meeting after everyone else leaves, and the meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.